Who are we missing? 9:05. I will, if you will all stand for the invocation. Pastor Isaac Rangel from City on a Hill Church is here, and for our pledges as well. Thank you for being here this morning, Pastor.
Absolutely. Before I pray, I would just like to say what an honor and a privilege it is to be before you, and it's a joy, really. It is a joy, and I believe. I have the personal belief that everything that America should be resides here in our county, and I believe it's because of people like you who take the time to look for the best welfare of our county, and I really appreciate that. I really appreciate it. And so, bow your heads. Let's pray. Father God, you're so good and you're faithful, and we thank you for this wonderful opportunity to allow us to get together. The Bible tells us that there is wisdom in counsel of many. And Father, I pray today that in this assembly, that wisdom may be before us. We pray the thing that Moses prayed. We don't want to do anything without your presence going before us. And so, Father, I pray today, I pray that you give them strength and you give them endurance, give them the capacity to make wise decisions today for the future of Nueces County. And Lord, I pray today, I speak continued success to everything that is to come to our country. Everything that is to come to our county. And God, I pray that your wisdom, your mercy, and your grace dwell with us today, Father. We thank you. You're going to get glory from what happens here today. Lord, we thank you and we love you. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
It is 9:07 now, and we are Wednesday, August the 9th. We are at 901 Leopard, the Nueces County Courtroom, and we have a quorum of members present. Please show that Commissioner Gonzalez stepped out, but he is present, and he will be right back in, I am certain. Announcements of disclosures or conflicts of interest, and if anyone has later, you can also disclose at that time. So we will go right into our budget workshop then. And I'll turn this over to Lisa.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Judge. I placed on everyone's desk, there was a last-minute revision that we received from the appraisal district on Friday at 11:15 a.m. I was in a rapid hurry to get those calculations recalculated with those revisions, and I had a typo. It's on me, and I own that. I had a typo in my haste to recalculate. And so what was attached to the agenda had a minor, and I do mean minor, it was a very small change. But I did give you the revised, and they're all in front of you.
And that's this?
Yes, sir, that is that. Okay. So first we're going to discuss the and they were in the correct order for you too. The comparison of net taxable value. Can you see that on the screen? Do you need to zoom out a little bit?
So we get the whole screen? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. We have it in front of us as well. Yeah.
All right, so going through the comparison of the net taxable value, the very top calculation that you're going to see is for the general fund, M&O, and debt service. M&O is maintenance and operation, and the INS, or debt service calculation rate. And those two are combined together whenever you're calculating for the general fund. You'll see the comparison of the 2022 to the 2023 tax year. As you can see, our taxable value that was certified by the appraisal district has increased by 21.14%. That is, that's the refineries. I mean, it's been discussed. the majority of that 8.1 billion in increased is unfortunately the refineries that we're anticipating to be disputed via a lawsuit. I don't know the status of that currently, but I believe that that is our anticipation, and it's an educated anticipation.
And Lisa, that's the new number, right? The one where it magically went from 6.2 billion to 2.5 billion or something like that?
It is my understanding that the appraisal district, after careful consideration, decided to reevaluate what their original assessment was. I believe that they had originally assessed, and the ARB had certified both refineries at around 6.5, does that sound about right?
Over 6
6.5 billion.
right.
And they were previously about 1 billion to 1.2. So it was an increase of approximately 500%. They then came back and lowered those appraised values down to 2.5.
Right, and so those numbers are reflected in here, correct?
Yes, that's
Yes.
correct. So that's with the reduced values. Had they remained at the 6, it would have been even higher. And the way that the property tax rate is calculated, very simply put, there's a lot of ifs, other factors, but whenever your appraised value goes up, your tax rate goes down because the no new revenue rate calculates essentially the same revenues. If you look at the property in one tax year and look at those exact same properties in the following tax year, excluding the new value, the no new revenue rate, if those valued properties go up, your tax rate's going to go down so that you get essentially the same revenues for the same properties year over year. And then your voter approved tax rate isn't actually a tax rate that requires voter approval. It's a tax rate that if you exceed it, it requires voter approval. So it's a limit without initiating that election. Going back to and we'll get to all that going further back. The rolling railroad, it went up by 1.2 million. The values of property under protest, the refineries are not reflected in that number. They're required by law to certify a certain percentage, and they wouldn't be able to certify that percentage if the refineries were still in that amount. Just a second, let me get a drink. And then your tax ceiling are those properties in which they've set the ceiling for your over 65, your disabled veterans. It's those properties in which you can't exceed a known threshold, and it's that threshold limit. And so you're subtracting that excess that you wouldn't be able to collect because of those thresholds. So your total taxable value with the refinery's valuation, it's increased by 20.05%. That's a significant increase, to say the least. Your farm to market, the difference between your farm to market and your general fund is that the general fund, well, it's not reflected in this number, but the general fund does have TIFs or certs that the farm to market does not have. And so those values are going to be different. There's also additional items that you're able to add to the voter approved tax rate that you can for the general fund rates that you're not able to use for the farm to market. And then the third taxable value, it is for the hospital district. It's comparing your 2022 to your 2023 year. That's an increase of 19.85%. The hospital district does not participate in any, they don't have any tax ceiling, they don't have any frozen properties, they also don't have any certs or TIFs. And as the returning members of Commissioners Court will remember, they are allowed to adopt up to an 8% over the no new revenue rate, whereas the county can only adopt 3.5. Yes, sir.
Back on the certified appraisal roll, is it your understanding that if these refineries somehow resolved the 23, I know like Flint Hills has already resolved that 5 years, 18 to 22, Valero's got some big mediation, I think, today. If they were able to resolve it, is it too far past the certified tax roll to where we could go back and fix things if they're not going to dispute things? Or what's the law on that? Or do you know? And I don't know. What's the, yeah.
I would defer to the county attorney regarding any laws. I believe that as far as if we were to get new certified numbers, which is considered a supplement from the appraisal district, just like I did on Friday, if you get any supplemental information, what you can do is you can go back and recalculate the tax rates. You do have to start over. So I would then have to resubmit the tax rates to Commissioner's Court. And it all depends upon how far along in the process you are. So I could.
Like today, we're voting on this tax.
No. There's no vote today. You're just receiving the calculations of the no new revenue rate and the voter approved rate. On the 23rd, you'll be voting on a proposed tax rate for Nueces County, Farm to Market, and Hospital District.
So between now and the 23rd, we certainly could make adjustments. It would be a hassle. We'd have to come back for another meeting and so forth, because we do have some legal guidelines that we have to make these votes by, and the 23rd is one of them. So, and I don't know. I mean, I think I certainly think there's a higher likelihood now that these numbers have magically come down from 6.2 billion to 2.5 billion, that there could be some resolve, because the gap is 1 billion to 2.5. So we would then have to vote on the 23rd, but you'd have to resubmit and we'd have to restart over.
I would be able to, if we could schedule. I mean, we have workshops, I believe, scheduled for Monday and Thursday. I don't know.
14th and 17th.
I would have to defer again to county attorney to see if there's a required
Right. So we just need to
time period between those. I don't know off the top of my head, and I don't want to misstate.
No, and I appreciate that, but someone needs to have that ready to go in case this whole mishandling of this whole appraisal process by the appraisal district hopefully will be looked upon very carefully by their board. They have their own independent board. What I can tell you is this back and forth, up and down, all around, going from 2 billion to 6, has been ridiculous, the amount of work that it's put all these entities through, all the pain and suffering, and then to go all the way through that thinking we're going to do one thing, and then go from 6.2 billion to 2.5 after the ARB has ruled certainly smells a little funny, and hopefully that appraisal district board will look closely at that, because the amount of agony and work that it's put all the entities, not just Nueces County, but Del Mar and the hospital district and CCISD and everyone else, has been a joke. It has been an absolute joke in this community, and something needs to be looked at. Yeah. That said, we really need to have this process down, because if by some miracle they do resolve this and settle and these numbers come back, then we're on an even tighter time frame. We've had to shove this into a brief period of time because of all this uncertainty created by the appraisal district. And so I just make sure everybody, we've got this down so that we know what we have to do if by some magical thing it settles.
I kind of agree with Commissioner Chesney. Even from the beginning, I always said, we said, the spread is way from one extreme to the other extreme, and we don't know how they came up with that. But I think right now, Lisa, what I'm looking here is we have actually two options, right? The no new revenue tax and the voter approved 3.5, which is really like.
You're jumping way ahead.
She's going to get to that in a
yes.
minute.
Okay.
Yeah, she said she has a.
So my question, let me just maybe in case. That's that 1 million. There's a difference of 1 million from both of those, right?
Yes, sir.
3.5 would only
I'll go
generate
over
about
exactly
$1
what that
million.
difference is, but yes, sir.
Yeah. you're correct.
Okay, all right.
But and you're going to get to, and I know we're getting ahead of you, and I apologize. It's kind of what I do, and John points
you
that
do.
out to me all the time. But and I appreciate that. But no, I'm being funny. But I mean, you're going to tell us at the end of this somewhere, because I couldn't read it when I was looking at it, how much of a budget deficit that we potentially are looking at based on the numbers as they are today, right?
The numbers as they are today, yes. Budget is extremely in the very, let's say, primitive states.
I'm sure. Because there's no other way you can do it.
We are still gathering budget info. When looking over the budget yesterday, I found that there were some items that hadn't been accounted for that are contractual rate increases, and so we do have to add those to the budget. So like I said, the budget right now is very fluid, it's for expenses, for expense purposes, for revenue purposes for that matter. It's very, very fluid until we get that proposed, until we get some direction from Commissioners Court. It's going to stay extremely fluid until we're able to get all the data input into the budget.
But what
model.
you just said was contractual, that we have to, that's.
Yes,
you
we
don't
have
get it. There's
to.
not a
For
choice in
instance,
this.
the RICO copiers, it's in the process of getting entered into right now. There's a few other things that have been identified. I'm going to have a list for you from every adjustment that we're going to need to make between the original from the original workshop notebooks that you'll be getting. I'm hoping tomorrow or Friday, but I'm trying to be realistic here. But from the original workshop notebooks that we're going to be giving you for Monday's meeting, all the way through the proposed, I'm going to keep a listing of anything that's added or subtracted. At the direction of Commissioners Court, we would really love to get that feedback from you so that we can have a really good proposed going in, and we can see where we really are at the proposed, and then make those final changes that are necessary at the very end. But to have a good base to start with.
We don't have it, it's hard for us to move forward.
Well, and that's what I'm trying to get
It's
to
like
is what
we're
I.
going to have a hard time, because I've been told 5 different numbers in my meetings, even on the weekends, and plans for 2 months
Because
in advance of this
it's
coming.
constantly changing,
I
yes.
know, so this is going to be a very rapid change when we do have to make these decisions. So we need the confidence that what we're being presented is going to, in fact, be actual. I mean, this has been a crazy year, and I know it has been for y'all too. It's my first time, but there's no way for me. Every time I move forward, I think this is this, and then tomorrow it's not, and
It's
there's
not,
a change and an
yes.
adjustment, and it's like,
Which is why I wanted to let you know, first thing going forward, that while reviewing the numbers just yesterday, we realized, oh, we're missing this. Oh, we're missing that. Oh, and so that's the reason why we're still trying to get those notebooks together, because whenever we get it to you, we want to give you good numbers. And I understand, Judge, that we did have the
1.2 to make in that, and I don't know, if I'm correct, and it might be wrong or something, but I know we get we're supposed to get the monthly reports on the end of the year. You would think the end of the year would be figured out a lot sooner, where we know next year is going to be crazy, but it's been part of the problem, not getting all the information on last year's stuff.
Well,
So
the
going
current
forward,
6 months
year.
later.
yeah, 6 months later.
current
and
year.
Yeah, and I know Workday's going on, there's a lot of things going
And
on.
that's
but
our
that
problem.
is a requirement, and that should be corrected, yes.
yes, ma'am.
But let me follow up on that. Okay, so today, my thought was what this was going to produce, and y'all have produced a ton of good data, and I really appreciate it. Y'all have done a great job on this. But like, there's a lot of optional stuff, right, on this blue list. I know we haven't gotten to it yet, but this is really hard to all understand in a nice, succinct package, because it's so difficult as we have to go through all this stuff, and I get that the numbers move. But what my question is for today, and I understand it can change, but my question is for today is everything that's contractual only, or we're obligated to, not that we voted on yet, or not, there's some things in here that we increased last year that I don't agree with, that I don't think we need to be increasing anything at all this year until I see numbers that aren't showing us in a huge hole. So I need to know today where you project the budget to be? Meaning, is it, or today? And when we need to preface that by saying it could change tomorrow, and it has, but today's today. We're in August. We're normally way farther along than we are. Not at your fault. Again, pointing right back to the appraisal district and how this whole thing's been handled, and whatever role not just picking on the appraisal district only, there's always a dispute between the appraisal district and the refineries on these two refineries on this, and that's okay. They have a right to dispute, but we're here now, and we're getting real close to when we have to start making votes. So I need you to tell me today, at some point in this presentation, what the auditor's office projects our budget to look like. Are we in the hole or not? I've heard all kinds of numbers.
There's no way that we will not be in the hole. That is a given. Unless you're going to have an election to exceed the voter-approved tax rate, Nueces County is going to be in the hole.
Okay.
There's no way around that.
And as of
How much?
right, as of today, because I'm going to listen to everything you present, but at the end of the day, it all boils down to, because I got to start looking at where, and this court does, where if we have to make cuts, we've got to be able to start working on where those cuts are. We've got to be able to go back to the elected officials and department heads and say, okay, we're looking at a blank $1 million deficit. Y'all need to help us, department heads, elected officials. You need to help us by looking at your budgets and seeing where you can, look at things. And we don't want to, because I don't want to tell Carol what to do or Kevin what to do. I want to go to them and be a partner and say, look, we're all in this together. Y'all, because they all run their offices very efficiently, right? I know that. And as do we. But if we're going to be 5, 6, 8, whatever million in the hole, we all got to know this. So what's that number at best case projection
Some of
as
that
we see
commission
it?
might have to start with us too.
Right.
We got projects that we need
Projects
to
and
look at.
staff, whatever. I mean, we got to
and
look at
not just-
everything.
Not just department heads, we have to be, ourselves, be able to put something on the table and say, why are we asking department heads for everything? The employees, I would never consider employee reduction. That'd be the last thing I would even consider. But, I'm just saying, we need to start with us, because I think we have the opportunity, that we have the ability to get those monies from certain projects that we have, whether we want to or not. I think that's where we need to start.
And I don't disagree with any of that. I just need to know what the number is. I don't even know where to start until you tell me. If it's $1 million, we can probably do that in 15 minutes. If it's $10 million, that's going to be rough. So as today, I'm going to ask again, as today, based on what you see, on only what we're obligated to do. I know we haven't done any commissioner input yet or any judge input or whatever, meaning out here. What does the auditor's office project the budget's going to look like from a deficit standpoint as of today, August 9th, 2023?
It's extremely hard for us to tell you what the budget's going to look like without any feedback as to what you want for expenses. We know what contractually are required. However, just because there's a contract does not mean that we could not choose to get out of said contract and
I get that.
go a different way.
Hold on.
So Commissioners Court has a lot of
choices
that they get to make.
But you've got to tell us where we are today.
And that's what we're working on getting for you. Yes, sir.
Today, we're under a contract, so he's asking for
Today,
that
we're under
number.
contract. Today,
And if we
I'm gonna give you
cancel a
those-
contract, then that would
Right,
be a different number.
That's a vote for a later day. I just
Yeah.
need to know what the auditor is projecting as of today, figuring no cuts yet, no contractual get-outs.
We're a little off topic.
You might want to talk about K2, those pages, when it shows with 100% expenses, what is the projection right now?
Yes, and like I said, we're going to get there, but I'm trying.
Do your presentation,
So
and
we-
we'll let you
No,
finish.
wait. No, hold on. I want to know that. This is the only thing I want to know today. This is my number one question. So do you have a number right now? Because we're going to get there. I'm getting there now. You can go through all the presentation, but I want to know
What
what
are
we're
those
starting at, because we got to start looking at this stuff. And so what do you project? Because Dale at one point said 3 to 7. I've heard 10. I've heard 13. There's a huge difference here.
It varied a lot whenever you're talking the difference between an appraised value
Six
of the
and page
refineries
7.
at 6.5, and then that goes down to 2.5. That's $4 billion in value, and so
We're talking about 25 or 30 million dollars. in
exactly.
deficit.
And
we're
so
not
the
there now.
reason that the range keeps changing is because we've been trying to to get a bullseye on a moving target. And it's an extremely,
Okay, but what's the
challenging.
He's
number?
asking for page 6 and page 7.
I just
He
wanna-
just
I
wants
just
a
want-
number
yeah.
off the top, and that number's going to change. Nobody's going to
okay,
hold you to
so
that
if you're
number.
wanting just a revenue projection,
And a-
you're going to want to go, well,
Well, the
What I want is a
anticipated
deficit
loss.
projection. I want to know, if you're saying we're in a deficit, and right now, as is, with no input, no cuts, no nothing, with what we know today, that it's now 2.5 and it's not 6.2, what do you project today? Changes tomorrow, changes the next day, but what do you project today that we're talking about as a deficit?
for excluding expenses, just looking at revenue. Because revenue varies based upon what you adopt. Going to page 6, that says, there you go, that's it. Okay, so going to page 6, it's on the screen, your no new revenue tax rate. With the adjustment for the estimated uncollected lawsuit refineries. And again, we don't know how much they're actually going
This
to
is
pay.
anticipated. Just go ahead and say the number.
We're down
6.94
million,
Yes.
assuming the no new revenue rate.
Yes.
That's before anybody requests anything, before there's any contractual increases, before there's any expenses looked at. Just a property tax to property tax, you are down $6.694 million.
But then we do have contractual things that we've made no input on, so that number has to be thrown in too, right? So
That number has to be thrown into, and that's, again, further back. So, hold on, before we go further back, since we're already right there, page 7, that's the facing page, is going to be the voter-approved tax rate. So I'm giving you the minimum and the maximum because that is what I'm supposed to be submitting in this workshop and in Commissioner's Court today. So the minimum and the maximum. The maximum, which would be your voter-approved tax rate that you can adopt without an election, is going to would result in a deficit of 1.702 million.
If we raise the 3.5.
If
yes.
we go to the 3.5 voter-approved tax rate. And again, that's before there's any adjustment for any expenses,
gonna change,
for known
yes.
expenses, for changes that you've already made in the existing budget year that are going to impact next budget year. That's before anything. I'm just looking at one revenue number of property tax to the other revenue number of property tax.
like, for example, this doesn't have anything for collective bargaining, right?
That's correct.
It doesn't have all these contractual responsibilities
That's correct.
that are thrown in. So these numbers are super low, is what you're telling us.
They're super low, but as you can see, there's no way, unless you exceed that voter-approved tax rate, that you are going to be able to even start off on an even playing field. It is impossible.
And like all of these things on the blue sheet,
That's I believe for Monday's workshop. I mean, we can talk about that in a minute.
okay,
But
I'll leave that one out then. So, but what you've done here is, no collective bargaining, when you say there's no
this is
contractual
just
stuff.
that one property tax revenue number that is the majority of your revenue that you get for the general fund. It's just that one number, year over year change. There's no way that that number is not going to go down 1.7 million unless you have an election.
And that includes no ads. That's just the expenses. That's the same
No.
expenses from last year.
That's not looking at anything for expenses. You're just looking at that one revenue number, which is 90% of your revenue that you have for the general fund. Just looking at that one revenue number, it is going down by 1.7 million.
Oh, you're saying that doesn't even, so this is not our deficit. This is just the less revenue number.
That is just the less revenue
So it's
number.
gonna
This
be
is
way
the
higher
It's
than
gonna be
this.
way higher
I'm
than
not, okay, so
That
that's the
you-
number I'm looking for.
okay, and
Keep going. You're going to get me there.
Okay, so whenever, oops, I'm dropping
So that-
stuff over here.
Yeah, I need that number that shows with the expenses in there because
And
I think it's gonna be
that's coming
huge.
on the K, oops. That's coming on whenever we go a little bit further back. Okay, so we're going to keep going further back.
Thank you.
Do you want to get the estimated actual fund balances? Because that also, okay, keep going further back. Oh,
I want that number
no.
out there so the public is clear where we start today as of August 9th.
Where did, oh, here they are.
So we're looking
All
at,
right, so then after page 13, there should be a blank page in front of you, and then you open that up because they're facing pages. I wanted those. It's going to be in the next attachment, Connie, sorry. Let
my
me,
fault, but
we're doing a whole lot of jumps
Yep.
here. And I have a copy back here if you would like it, sir. Yes. The revised one? Okay, great.
This one? I'm on the right one?
Yes, that one. Okay, so for the members of Commissioners Court, on the attachment that was provided to you, the front page is blank. You open it up so that they're facing, so that you can look at the two items that go together without having to keep flipping back and forth and back and forth. Okay, so the number at K1, and the page number is K1 at the bottom if you were to look at it. If you look at the top, your estimated beginning fund balance at 10/1 of 23, which is what y'all had just requested, is 28,306,935. That's what Dell's estimated actual fund balance is for general funds. Your revenues estimate with no increase for tax revenue is going to be 110 million. Your transfers in will be 2.2 to give you a total of revenues and transfers in, excluding property tax, or at last year's rate at 112,632,672. Then you have to add in the quote-unquote increase in taxes at the no new revenue rate for the new property only. That brings you down to that 1.9 million. That ties to page 6 of the calculations that we just flew right through. There's something for discussion that will come up in a few minutes whenever we come back to it of the 140. So you're looking at a net change in revenue of 1.7 million. That brings you down to 110 million. Your total available funds is 139 million. That includes your fund balance. You have proposed expenses of 115 million for 10,880. That's that moving target that we're still working on finalizing for you. As I said, that there will be some minor changes. We're still getting those worked out, and they're going to change whenever we get those department heads and
I
elected
got it.
officials in back.
you have disclaimed yourself all day. We got it. Keep going. I'm okay.
I don't
It's
want,
on the record. You're
I-
disclaiming.
I'm disclosing because I don't want somebody to come back. But Lisa said back on this date, this amount, and it's so
We get it. Fluid. Go. Keep going.
fluid. All right, so you've got expenses and transfers out before anything that we already know at 126,766,981. Then we're going to talk about those items that Commissioners Court knows that are upcoming. It's not included in those above. So you've got continuance pay for 3 elected officials, 1 department head, and 153 employees. It's approximately 219 million, and I'm just doing that off the top of my head. We put in something for collective bargaining. It has not been presented to collective bargaining. It is not approved by collective bargaining. It's just
A number. And
a number that is to give Commissioners Court some idea. If you did this, this is what it would cost. If you did a 2% increase in salary for the 305 employees that are currently in the Nueces County Sheriff's Office and Constables Collective Bargaining, that would be an increase of $340,000. The mid-year personnel, these are those prior year position changes that happened during the 22-23 budget year after the budget was adopted, but before we made it to this budget year request. All of those changes that have already been approved by Commissioners Court total up to $158,399. Your retirement, the new rate is going to be 12.64%, which is an increase of 156,000. Your bonk, and I know I didn't name it, Bank of America debt service, that's going to be an increase. That's the energy savings that we're supposed to be having, but until the projects are finished, the projects that do have energy savings start generating those energy savings. Should we actually recognize those energy savings, we would be able to offset that. And fortunately, there's other information tied to that that will need to be discussed again.
Okay, disclaim. Just tell me what the bottom line is.
Okay, bottom line, if you do the no new revenue rate, you're looking at it going all the way to the balanced budget, 9/30/24. If you do all of the expenses that are discussed, listed on this page, right there on the screen,
Plus the other expenses that are already there and
plus
ongoing.
the other expenses that are already there, we would end the year with a fund balance, a budgeted fund balance of $2,549,000, which is a decrease or a loss in your fund balance of $25,757,503. $25 million decrease in fund balance if you do the no new revenue rate.
Okay, and if you, okay, and then let's say you go to the top.
Voter approved tax rate. Okay,
So-
going
so you-
over to K3.
So the deficit could be anywhere from 25 million to,
Let's go a little bit above 25 million because like I said, there's a few things that we're still adding on. So 26 and a half. I'm going to be
that could be
generous
the
with it.
high, because that would reduce our fund balance, which our reserves are, the 28 million is our reserves, right?
The 28 is our reserves. Yes, that's our fund balance. And
Right.
so
So this
the
would represent a 20
2.5 is what your ending fund balance would be,
Which would be catastrophic, because
which would be extremely catastrophic. It would destroy our,
okay.
We
Keep, all right,
can't,
so then.
Right.
some
we
of
can't
that
do
is
that.
dedicated
The-
anyway. Some of that money in our fund balance
We-
is dedicated.
We can't do that. I get it. We're just, I'm not advocating that. I'm saying, okay, so then what's the range if the court decided to go all the way to the 3.5? Just give me the number without going through all those expenses, because I'm looking for a range.
It's the exact same range, but now you're down to a decrease in fund balance of 20,765,674. I'm looking at the bottom of K3, and again, that these are budgeted.
K3 or K2? K2?
K3.
Oh, there,
We
okay.
skipped over K2. K2 is what was formerly known as Steve's magical worksheet.
Okay, so if, I want to make sure I'm not misstating, what you're telling me is, with the current expenses and just the things that are,
You're looking at a decrease between 20, let's go 26,
20 to 26
27.
million dollars
yes.
that we would have to basically, to maintain our reserves at a balance that is currently $5 million short, if I'm not mistaken, based on what our financial planner brought to us last meeting.
Yes,
So
that's
we're already
correct.
$5 million below our reserves that we
That's
should be.
correct.
We would have to basically cut.
30 million.
Right, 20 to
Budget.
$30 million out of our current budget just to stay even with our reserves. Is that a correct statement?
That is a correct
As
statement.
of today, August 9th, all the disclaimers, all that we know it's going to move, but because this court needs to hear that number, the public needs to hear that number. This is not 1 million to 7 million. This is potentially 20 to 25 million as we sit today.
That is correct,
There is
sir.
no fat in this budget, can be in this budget. This is
Sir,
going to
we've
be
been cutting
horrible.
budget for years and years and years.
still-
The
you still
fat
don't
is
have-
gone.
Right.
You don't have all the meat to it, so it could be 20, 25, but at the end of the day, it could be 8 or 9 or 10.
And that is going, so if you go back to page K2,
I don't know where to find 25 million in cuts, much less 10, much less 25.
okay, if you go back
You
to
can find
K2,
But it can't just
so
be
again,
CO.
I know that you said, Lisa, with all your disclosures, that's budget. Budget and actual are two different things.
Okay, that's fine. So
I-
you've answered me good enough. Now I'll
I
let you go
can
back.
budget one thing, but based on how I actually receive and actually spend money, your values change, and that's what Steve's magic worksheet. I like that name. Steve's Magical Worksheet. It's that worksheet that Judge Neal and Steve Waterman created all those years ago, and we've continued to carry forward because it's a wonderful worksheet and it has wonderful data. As you can see, we do not spend 100% of expenses, nor do we do. Historically, we would collect over 100% of the revenues because a prudent governing body under budgets revenues and over budgets expenses in order to allow for fruition as necessary.
Understand, but
With that
the numbers
said,
are staggering.
if expenses come in at 86%, you're looking at a decrease of that, on K2, sorry. For the no new revenue rate, you would be looking at a decrease of that estimated actual that we would anticipate for the 23-24 year of the 16 million, and that's at that 86%, which again would give you, if we're only spending, so if department heads are able to, it's one thing to budget cuts, it's another thing to actually cut the money. I can budget whatever I want to budget. It's a figment of your imagination. If you do not change your actual
it's real.
spending,
It's real.
budget is real,
Open
but
positions are one thing that they're budgeted in there, but how many of them are not filled? That's a
Yeah.
total number
Oh,
that
yeah,
can
the
come right
vacancies.
off, right,
The
real
vacancies,
quick.
yeah.
Yes, vacancies.
But then
that's not
Commissioners
dollar for
Court
dollar.
allows
No.
departments to use their salary savings from those vacancies, and so you lose it. Budget is a figment of your imagination. Okay,
Depends on how many openings you have.
I can budget
We have let that happen.
to receive $1 million revenue, but unless I win the lottery, it's not happening. So you can budget whatever you want to budget for revenues. You don't have to have an accurate budget revenues. You don't have to have an accurate budgeted expenses. I can budget revenues of $1 million. If I don't get it, I can't spend it, right? Same thing for expenses. I can budget expenses of $1 million. If everybody says I'm going to cut my budget and then they don't change their spending, they continue to spend the same way that they've always spent. Everybody's staffed at 100%. People continue to use their salary savings frequently to cover operating expenses. If you do not change the way that you actually spend money,
Well,
you're
and that's-
going to still have an actual issue.
Absolutely, and the salary savings needs to be, we need to bring that up as a policy because we have in the past informally not allowed it, and then we've started to allow it, and we need to come up with a policy that's consistent. Either we're going to allow it or we're not going to allow it. That's for another day, but that definitely needs to be a court policy that we need to decide because if it's available to some, it has to be available to all. If it's not available to all,
Already
then
a
it can't be available to
policy,
some.
it's just we did it and then we had to continue. If we allowed
I
for
see, I
one,
don't-
it's hard to do.
I don't know that it's a policy.
So it started
Once the
off as
budget
a,
is set, you
it
can't
started off
do
as a
that.
policy, and I wouldn't let any, back when I was budget accountant, I would say, nope, you can't use your salary savings. Nope, you can't use your salary savings. And then, and again, that was one of those things that it was both me, Commissioners Court, or I say me, our office, Commissioners Court admin, we both stated that you couldn't use salary savings. Then we allowed the exception for law enforcement, right? They were allowed to use their salary savings to cover their overtime whenever they had salary savings. Then they were allowed to use their salary savings to reclassify positions and cover that overtime. Then they were allowed to use their salary savings to cover operating expenses, positions, and overtime. And so the amount that you actually had available for the overtime kept decreasing because we kept using salary savings for other things. And then after it happened with law enforcement, then we added in district attorney, then we added in medical examiner, then we added in juvenile, then we added in I can't even start to
No,
tell you. The floodgate opened.
But I'm saying, no, I don't believe the court has ever voted on that. I don't.
No, it's never been a
formal policy.
formal policy.
So we need to
I
adopt.
thought it was a budgeting policy.
It was a
though, that
budgeting
you
policy.
can't by law change after the budget has
No.
been adopted. I thought we didn't need
That's-
a policy, is
no.
what I was told.
That's different. They're using salary savings. You can't increase the
Okay.
budget, but if you use salary savings, you're within the law, according to Jenny, what she has told us. We need to have some policy that's more formal, whatever the court decides on that, because it's fine if it's an auditor policy, but that
If we don't
they're going
do
to
it,
come to
then
us
we
to ask
need
us for it, and we either need to say
HR
we're going to
to
do
do
it or
that.
not do it, so
Yes.
that they'll stop asking, or they'll ask and know that it can happen to a certain level. And maybe it's a percentage, maybe the policy is you can only take half your salary savings or 30% of your salary or something, but we have to have something in place to give some, give the auditor some backing when they say, well, we're not supposed to do that, and they'll just say, well, we'll just put it on the court's agenda and let them decide. And then it's a hard thing for us, because we want to help departments, we want to help elected officials, so we don't want to say no when they're being prudent with their salary savings, but it does affect, as she says, there's a long-term effect, and we just need to discuss that.
And there are expenses that, again, you can cut the budget, but you have to have, it's not feasible that if the sheriff were to run out of money, that you would kick everybody out of the jail. Sorry, we don't have the money to operate the jail. Go out into the public, be good. That's not a possibility. So if the cost to operate said jail, your electricity, your water, your maintenance and repair in order to keep the jail functioning and housing inmates goes up in the middle of the year, whether you budgeted it or not, you're going to have to spend that actual money. So statutorily, the budget states, and I'm paraphrasing, I'm based on what I remember from years ago, and it may or may not have verbatim changed. But essentially, you can't, once you adopt a budget, this is what the judge was stating, once you adopt a budget, you cannot exceed that budgeted amount in your actual expenses unless two things occur. There is a state of disaster declared by Commissioner's Court, and then two, for which prudent financial planning could not foresee. COVID was the perfect example of this. Prudent financial planning could not have foreseen a pandemic in year one. Once we were in that pandemic, prudent financial planning could have foreseen that the pandemic was going to continue, seeing as how while we were in the budget, we were still in the pandemic. And so you could have declared that state of disaster year one and been able to increase your budget because of that state of disaster in year one. You had both prudent financial planning could not foresee, and there was a state of disaster, right? But after year one with COVID, prudent financial planning could have foreseen that it would have continued. So you would no longer have been able to file an emergency exception to increase your budget. Does that make sense?
Got to.
I'm trying to put real life scenarios in with the requirements. Okay, so with that said, once you adopt the budget, even though it is a figment, it's a legal limit. You can't exceed that. So unless prudent financial planning could not have foreseen jail expenses to increase, if you cut the budget to where there is no room for any expense to vary based upon what you cut from the budget, you're going to put yourself in a pickle, and a legal pickle that then we have caused, not the appraisal district, because prudent financial planning could be discussing all the issues that we're having right now with the appraisal district. Does that make sense?
No. Prudent financial planning would be discussing this with the appraisal district?
No, prudent financial planning would be, given that we have had 6 years worth of lawsuits with Valero, it's reasonable to assume that there could and most likely will be a 7th year. And so if we budget
but not
to
at these
receive
ranges. But not at these ranges, not at $6 billion when you go from 1 to 6.
No, but
and
that's
1
the
to
reason
2.5.
why, that's the reason why prudent financial planning would say, you can't come whenever we're in the middle of 23, 24, we can't come mid-year and say, okay, we're going to declare a state of disaster because the refineries didn't pay their taxes.
Oh, you're saying mid-year?
Yes.
Okay.
Once
So-
that budget is adopted, you can't change it
Of course.
unless
Something new happens.
something new, it's a state of disaster has been declared.
Sure.
And it's something that you could not have foreseen, given the knowledge that you had
So you're saying
when you
this
adopted
would
the
be
budget.
for- Oh, well, we already know
So
this.
because we know that they
Sure.
have been filing lawsuits, we can't say, well, we budget this revenue, and we just assumed that they were going to pay even though they haven't paid, and then try to increase or make budget changes mid-year because of it. Same thing with expenses. If you cut the budget so drastically that you can't live within the budget that you created, it's a self-imposed disaster. So you're causing future issues. Therefore, I would recommend that whenever you do make cuts, we make those cuts, but we put funds in contingency in order to allow for, yes, we drastically cut our budget, let's say 10 million. We drastically cut our budget 10 million. We're going to put some additional funding of that 10 million into contingency in case something happens that we had not planned, but it was a feasible.
So you say some of that contingency and.
You put it in you put it into contingency.
It doesn't get budgeted into each department. 'Cause
No,
then
it
each
would not go
department
into
could just
it would not
spend
go
their-
into
within
each
their
department.
budget, then you really wouldn't save anything. So
Exactly.
have the
So we
money
would
on
put
the
it in that
side
1285.
if
Wait, y'all are talking
emergency
over it. Let her
needs to come
finish,
back.
then talk. Go ahead, because I'm having a hard time listening
Oh,
to y'all talk
sorry.
over each other.
I think what she was trying to say, like, if we budget for a $10 million loss, we still don't put this in every department in here. We have a contingency department, because if we put it into each person's budget, then we're going to depend on you to not spend it, and you to not spend it, and you to not spend it. If people have money in their account, something comes up, they're going to spend it. Something they want, they're going to spend it. I mean, and people are used to spending, so we have to set it aside in case we need it, but let's not give it to an individual to have to take control of that.
And the courts, there's a historic precedence for that. We currently have contingency appropriations in 1285, and nobody can touch 1285 without the
But
five
how do you set
commissioners'
aside money you
approval.
don't have, though? I don't understand setting it as, if you set
Okay,
it, you
so
have to cut
again,
something.
but
We have to cut.
budget,
Yeah, that's going to be with
but
cuts.
Okay.
budget is budget, but actual is different. And so if the expenses let's say that we literally cut budget to the bare minimum, and then the elevators go down, and that's not something that Juan budgeted for. And in order to be in ADA compliance, we have to have 4 elevators. And so if all 4 of them go down, we have to have those elevators. Otherwise, you can't have the courts running. Otherwise, you back up. I mean, it's a.
How do you, you're saying you have to do a combination. You have to cut.
You have to cut and put money in contingency. It's a combination. And if you don't use it, then you have that savings. It's only there in the event of an emergency. When it, again, prudent financial planning could say if you're going to cut 20 million from a budget, you should put some money aside.
But where do you get the money? Where do you get the money?
You're cutting budget, you're not cutting actual. So you're putting a budgeted figure aside. Any money that's
would like
not
to say something, if you don't mind.
What-
I think he'd like to
goes
comment.
to your fund balance at the end.
Excuse me, Lisa, what you're trying to say, or what you're saying is, okay, is we should concentrate on our needs and not our wants. Okay?
That is 100% accurate,
that's what-
Commissioner. That is the best
That is
analysis
to me-
in one sentence.
I mean, that's all it is.
What
okay?
do you need versus what do you want? And people need to understand the difference between a need and a want. I need electricity. I need inmates in a jail. I want, I'm not going to say
I want an
what.
expensive pen. I want an expensive.
I want I want to resod a baseball field that's not getting used by anyone.
Or
it's not that was not directed at anybody.
No, I
That,
want to tear
I was trying to come up with something frivolous.
Or get, or pay, or pay, listen, or pay $100 and some odd $1,000 to get an extra 6 inches inside a courtroom.
Oh, that,
I know it's ADA, but there's got to be a better way to work this, okay? So that's the way I see things.
I want to repaint my walls. I don't need to. There we go.
Can we-
I'm not trying to pick on anybody. I
Can
want.
we move this along? This is a long meeting to talk philosophy. Let's get down to the bread and butter of this.
And-
I mean,
Kevin wanted to say
Yeah,
something.
please.
Oh,
Yay,
too.
Kevin.
Yes.
Here we go. Oh, there we go.
It's on. There it is.
I think I get where you're going, but I want to try to explain kind of what we're talking about when we're talking about these contingency fees. What's happening is with these losses that we're looking at currently. Let me back up a second. I'm going to have a real number for you guys, hopefully by tomorrow, because I'm going to reach out to both refineries and ask them to get us what their uncontested value payment is going to be, and then we'll end this ping pong game of going back and forth. We think it's going to be this. We think it's going to be that. We're going to know. I've reached out to both of them and told them that I'm going to do this. The reason why I'm waiting to do this is because I don't want to interfere in the conversation that one of the refineries is having with their appraisal district today. So after that meeting, I'm going to reach out to them and formally request that they let us know what that uncontested amount's going to be, so we can get an accurate budget amount for all the taxing jurisdictions that are affected by this. Number two, the other thing we're going to be looking at is like in this contingency thing you're talking about. This is levy presentation is what this is, because if you just cut the budget, guess what? You're still going to take those losses on top of that budget cut. So you've got to put these monies into the anticipated loss into some spot for what was the number you used? A contingency fund.
Yes, a contingency.
That's not going to get funded because we're not going to get it. But if you don't put it there, you lost that levy. And then they're going to take that loss over what you adopted beforehand.
So it's not really setting aside real money, it's setting aside contingent money in case you get it?
In case you get it, and it's also preserving your levy that you get to adopt, because if you don't put that in there, guess what? They're going to take that $5.1 million, and I think that's what the number is. We're going to take that $5.1 million loss on top of what you just now budgeted, so you're going to be reducing that even further. So rather than adopt a fake budget where you're putting stuff in there that you know you're not going to get, you adopt what you really realistically
Think you're going to get,
think you're going to get,
plus the contingency.
and then put the contingency so that money is held. Does that make
makes more
sense?
sense. Okay.
Right. So hopefully that kind of clears things up, and hopefully that puts it in English and everybody understands what's going on.
Thank you,
All
Kevin.
right. Thanks.
Thanks, sir.
So there's a contingent revenue and a contingent expense that offset each other.
Okay, now that we've totally interrupted your presentation, would you like to go back to anywhere? What are we doing?
Where are we at? We still have an hour. Do you want to go, we can go back to page 2 where I can show you the calculations if you would like, or we can postpone that until we actually do the agenda item later on. I'm open.
To any of you guys, what do y'all want?
I can go over it real quick, hit the highlights. Okay, on page 2 of the initial, yes, that one. So page 2 is your general fund tax rate calculation. Again, you're taking that total taxable value as certified by the ARB board, and I cross-referenced each line on the property tax calculation worksheets so that should someone want to come in and verify that both calculations tie, they would be able to do so. You take that certified appraised value of $46,735,626,618. Take 85% of the property that's under protest with the ARB board. That 85% number is $1,061,917,256. You add in that rolling railroad of 14,108,061. Subtract out the tax freeze, which are those, the tax ceiling, it's referred to as both. That's 2,996,025,691 to get a net taxable value of 626,244. Then you have to factor in the tax increment financing or tax increment reinvestment zone. It's referred to as both TIF, TERS. You have to subtract out that value that you're losing because you're contributing it to those reinvestment zones. We are losing 953,444,565 for that to get your total taxable value of 43,862,181,697. Then we had new improvements, new property. Within that new property number, I'd like to note that we had an abatement that rolled off. And so the abatement that ended gets rolled into that new property, which is why it's so high, and that is to the benefit of Nueces County. And it's a good thing that it happened this year. We had we had new value, new improvements of 963,038,357 for an adjusted taxable value of 42,899,143,322. Last year's levy gets adjusted for the property that is under lawsuit or the settlements that have happened. That is 101,847,339. That generates a no new revenue tax rate of 0.237411. Now, it should be noted for anyone listening to this for the first time that the no new revenue tax rate that is reflected in the property tax calculation is for both your general fund M&O and your debt service. That one rate is calculated together. It then, whenever you go to approve your voter approved tax rate, it separates out your M&O from your debt service because you get additional add-ins for your M&O, and then the property tax calculations allow you to always fully fund your debt, no matter, and that's on top of the 3.5%. No matter what happens, if you have a huge balloon payment, the property tax calculation is going to allow you to fully fund that debt. And so you'll be able to adjust that debt rate independently of your M&O for your voter approved calculation. So the general fund voter approved tax rate, M&O rate, is 0.212160. Your debt service rate, that's your fully funded rate, is 0.037676. There is no unused increment. We used it all last year. And so your voter approved tax rate with any adjustment, that's both your M&O and your INS for your general fund rate, is 0.249836. There's the same calculation on page 3 for your farm to market. There are variances there, as there are some abated properties that are on your general funds that aren't on your farm to market. There are TIFs, as you can see. The TIF number is different between your general fund and your farm to market. Those two variances have to do with the Padre Island TIF. The farm to market is no longer, farm to market and hospital district have rolled off the Padre Island TIF, whereas the general fund voted to approve that for another 20 years. So without reading all the numbers, for the farm to market, your net taxable value is $45,062,085,037. Your adjusted taxable value that adjusts for that new property is going to be 43,796,216,231. Your farm to market no new revenue rate is 0.002842. There's no debt service, so your voter approved rate is 0.002919. For page 4 with the hospital district rate, again, you don't have your tax freeze and you don't have any TIF or TERS. So your net taxable value is 48,156,760,931. Your new improvements is 962,382,962 for an adjusted taxable value of 47,194,377,969. Your no new revenue rate for the hospital district is 0.081963, and your voter approved tax rate is 0.089272. They do not currently have any debt service in place at this time, so there is no separate debt service tax rate. Going to page 5, you're able to compare last year's adopted tax rate to both the no new revenue rates and the voter approved tax rate. I left the debt service fully funded for all of your options for 23-24 because we have to. Given what we know with the refineries, we can't not fully fund our debt because we need every penny we can have. There's no fund balance to cover any unfunded shortage in the debt service rate. The property tax rate calculation now adjusts for any fund balance, and so there's not any significant fund balance that you can now offset that debt service rate by due to the changes in legislation that happened a couple of years back. So if you look at the total just Nueces County rate, that's your general fund, your debt service, and your farm to market, last year's rate was 0.291659. You can't come anywhere close to that rate with these calculations without going above the voter approved tax rate. Your max voter approved tax rate with a 3.5 is still going to be 4 cents less than the current tax rate that they're paying. The no new revenue rate is 1 penny less than the voter approved tax rate, so your collective no new revenue rate is 0.240253 per $100 evaluation, and your voter approved tax rate is 0.252755. That's your minimum and maximum. You can always exceed that with an election. There is no unused increment, so that fourth calculation is just a repeat of your third. Going down to the hospital district, they suffered a huge variance. Their 22-23 adopted tax rate is 0.098846. Their no new revenue rate drops, oh gosh, what is that, 17 cents? No, 0.17 cents.
Yeah.
So it drops to 0.081963. Your voter approved tax rate is 0.089272. So, and that's with the 8%, because remember they get 8%, whereas we only get 3.5% because of the way that the Texas legislation works. We used to get the 8% too, but 4 or so years ago they changed that. So that 8% for them still gives quite a significant decrease from the current year's tax rate. Again, you can't get this year's tax rates without elections for any of our entities. And it should be noted that the school district's tax rates will be going down this year because of changes in legislation. So no matter what happens by this court, the taxpayer will pay less property taxes assessed by Nueces, unless we go out for election, Nueces County's property taxes year over year, taking out their assessed value, are going down. Their total property taxes that they're paying, I mean, I guess the city could go out for election and they could raise it really high that way too. But because of the school district's changes in legislation, their tax rates are going to drop drastically. It's wonderful news for the property taxpayer. School districts will be funded more from state dollars and less from property tax, is my understanding. But
Good.
I'm not a lawyer, so I'll leave that to them.
We can pay less, man.
Yes, so no matter what Commissioners Court does, because of the change in legislation with, and Kevin could come in and discuss this, but because of the changes in legislation for the school district, the property taxpayer, both residential and commercial, will be paying less property taxes year over year because of the change in legislation with the school district. Because that's the largest piece of the property tax rate pie. Whenever you're looking at the total amount paid for property taxes, the school district is by far the largest portion of the taxpayer's property tax bill. For the general fund no new revenue rate, I gave the highlights before. If you fully fund your debt service, because of the way that the no new revenue rate is calculated, to fully fund the debt service means you're decreasing your general fund M&O. We have to fully fund our debt. There's no way around it. So with that said, it would decrease the general fund tax rate to 0.199735. That gives you, at a 95% collection rate, 2023-2024 general fund revenue of $89,185,707. Because there's that huge cut. Before we adjust for the refineries, we're actually losing money. 1.9 million with the no new revenue rate. Again, it's the way that the property tax rates are calculated. Our new revenue or our new value didn't offset the huge jump in. We had almost 1 billion in new value, but we had 20% increase in.
Pull it down.
We had 20% increase in taxable value, and so because of that huge jump in your taxable value, our no new revenue rates, it's not a no new revenue rate, it's a no new revenue loss of 1.9 million. Then if you adjust for the anticipated uncollected due to the lawsuits, you're now down that 6.694720. So 6.694 million, almost 7 million, and that's just a revenue, property tax current collections revenue over property tax current collections revenue. So that's your 20 to 23 over to 23-24 change is going to be a loss of 6.694 million. Going to the next page, if you used the voter approved rate, since there is no unused increment, that's the maximum that you can adopt. We would only have a general fund, assuming that the refineries paid every penny of their assessed value, we would have an increase of 3.387 million year over year increase. However, we anticipate that they're not going to pay that. There will be that disputed value. And that disputed value exceeds the 3.5% above the no new revenue, plus the loss that we've already had in no new revenue. So your anticipated loss, again, just looking at the tax rate, the tax revenue, is $1,702,893, and that's before any expenses. That's before anything else happens to the budget. for the debt service, that's going to be on page 8. It's the only one that has red on the, there you go. Because I wanted to be able to tell you that the anticipated revenues to be received based on this tax rate, because it doesn't really, for debt service, you're trying to fund a requirement. Oh, there was supposed to be something over here that it's not there. You're trying to fund a requirement versus trying to fund a budgeted number. We know how much we have to pay for our debt service requirements. Let me see if I still have that back here. The anticipated revenues to be received would be the $15,926,845, and I am looking for no new revenue. Oh my goodness. The debt service, it's not on that one either. Okay, the debt service revenues, the debt service payments are at 15,900,000. I don't have that exact number. I know that it's a budgeted shortfall of $9,973, assuming, again, that the refineries pay the same amount as they paid last year. I can get you that debt service requirement amount. Oh, actually, I have it right here. Maybe I have it right here. Okay. The total debt service requirement for the 23-24 year is going to be $15,937,621. And again, we'd be collecting $15,926,845, assuming that everybody, that we have the same collection rate as last year of the 95%, and that the refineries pay the exact same amount that they paid last year. Going forward to the farm to market, no new revenue rate. The farm to market no new revenue rate of 0.002842 after you adjust for the anticipated lawsuits, gives you a shortfall of $19,149. The increase, the year-over-year increase would have generated, the no new revenue rate would have generated, had we not had the refineries dispute, a no new revenue rate increase of $49,036. However, we have to adjust $68,000 for that anticipated loss. On page 10, the voter-approved tax rate. The voter-approved tax rate will generate an increase in farm-to-market revenue year-over-year of $81,999 whenever you adjust for the anticipated uncollected for the refineries lawsuit, which would be a shortfall of $70,032. You would be able to end that rate would have a positive ending year-over-year of $11,967. For the hospital district on page 11, you're taking the taxable value of $760,931, multiplying it by the tax rate divided by 100 to generate your levy. Your total levy for the 23-24 year at the no new revenue tax rate would be $2,470,726 with a collection rate of 95% would give you a 23-24 budgeted revenue of $37,497,190. That is actually going to be a decrease year over year in their budgeted revenues of $233,720. You add to that the anticipated uncollected due to the refinery's lawsuit of $1.9 million. You're now at an anticipated shortfall of $2,200,151. And again, that's just revenue over revenue. For the hospital district's voter-approved tax rate, they get 8%, whereas we get 3.5%. So their voter-approved tax rate gives them a positive. They're able to, with that 8%, have a year-over-year increase of $3,110,068, with that estimated uncollected of $2,141,786. That still leaves them positive $968,282. Any questions? All right, with that said, on page 13, we are going to your estimated actual fund balances, which is what you were just asking me for. Where are we at in the current year? What do we anticipate to have at the end of the year? Currently, we began the 22-23 fiscal year with a fund balance for the general fund of $25,765,044. We are anticipating an increase of $2,541,891 for an anticipated ending general fund balance of $28,306,935. And that increase can pretty much be summed up as Fed fund rates went up, we earned more interest. That offset all the other expenses that we had throughout the year that exceeded our originally anticipated. We've been at such low interest rates for so long. Whenever we started getting interest, it was beneficial. Plus, the statutes provide that the interest earned on the ARPA funds doesn't have to stay in the ARPA funds. It's able to be moved over to the general fund. So not only are you earning the interest on your general fund investments, but you're also earning interest on your ARPA investments. So that interest rate is going to decrease drastically as those ARPA funds continue to be spent. But while we have it, we are benefiting very favorably from the ARPA funds interest earnings. And again, because it gets to go to the general fund, we have been moving it to the general fund as it's allowable by law.
So is it a floating interest rate?
The interest rate varies based upon the investments and the bank depository agreement,
but as
contractual rates.
As we spend it, it goes away. Obviously, we don't have it. My question on the floating is, do we have it in some sort of, CD to where it's fixed for 2 years, or is it a rate that goes up and down? So this is kind of a one-time thing, right?
No, it's not a one-time thing, but as you spend down those ARPA funds, your interest earnings are going to drastically decrease. But we do have funds that are in, there's a quarterly investment report that comes before court. It's prepared together with the county clerk's office. So county clerk is treasurer, and our office together prepare with the investment committee the investment funds.
What I'm saying is, does it float or is it fixed? That's all I'm asking.
There's different components for each. So we have some.
At the bank right now, because of ARPA, we have about, $5 million? It's all of it.
Wait,
together.
hey, stay with us. Go ahead.
All of it together right now. We're talking about all the funds, right?
the ARPA, everything. It's about 5 million interest total so far. But just the investment fund, like our investment, aside from what's in the banks, ARPA and everything else, special funds, that's about a little over 800,000, I believe, that we've collected
Right, so this, my
far.
point is, this
So
is here
the
this
extra is
year,
the extra,
but this is
right?
all going away.
Right,
Yeah.
it's not
After
the
we
same
spend
number.
the money.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yes.
So any,
This is a bonus
Right.
this year.
Right, and so you've been putting it in the, you say you've been putting in the general fund as applicable, meaning the general, like the reserves? Like,
it
how
gets
did- how did that-
deposited as revenues for the general fund.
Okay, and how did that get decided? We didn't vote on that. So wouldn't we, like, I would have said,
How do we use it?
I would have said, hey, let's put some in reserves, because we're
That-
5 million down on
that-
reserves.
The-
Everything is
The general
reserves.
fund,
The
whenever you
general
put it
fund
in the
is-
general fund, it is reserves. That's what built your fund balance.
Everything that is left over is reserves.
Right, not if we're spending it, though. I mean, in other words, if we were to say specifically that it needs to go into the general fund reserves, wouldn't that even be more of a designation?
It's going to the, okay, so the reserves are calculated, the fund balance is calculated by taking your beginning fund balance
Right.
plus revenues minus expenses. So whenever you add it to your revenue, you're putting it in the reserves.
Well, unless we're spending it.
But,
Right,
But-
unless we're using it for other things that
but
I don't know that we've
again,
been doing it
we're
for.
we're not exceeding the adopted 23, 24, no, 20, oh my gosh, 22, 23 budget. So we're within the parameters of the 22, 23 budget. We're not quote unquote
money that hasn't
spending
been
it. Yes,
authorized.
we're not spending money that hasn't been authorized.
Right, but like one of the things Dale said that what's that?
It wouldn't have been there. Think about that. It would have been under budget. Or, sorry, over budget, because you're spending money that you didn't.
You got to get on the
realize.
microphone.
If you were spending money we didn't realize we were getting in. So it's almost a, oh, thank you for the bonus $4 million, because otherwise it would have been over budget.
Right, so I mean,
No,
Yes, it is.
otherwise we would be in a deficit, because if you remember,
Over budget.
whenever we go to K,
Yeah. That's
whenever
what
we
it
get
is.
to that
So
K,
it's covering all the overspending.
it's covering, so the expenses exceeded revenues or budgeted expenses exceeded budgeted revenues last year. And whenever people are spending budgeted funds, then they're still within the parameters set by Commissioner's Court, but it's decreasing your fund balance.
right, and the fact that I don't remember a year where we've overspent on expenses compared to what we were supposed to be, so.
That's correct.
And so that's a problem, right? And that's where we have to address that from a policy standpoint on the salary savings and other things that we need to look at, because
That's exactly what happened, sir.
we're not spending,
So-
last year wasn't a good
So-
year.
Is-
That was
excuse
part
me.
of the
Is
past.
this where we're finding buckets of money that we
Yeah.
Yes.
thought we didn't have? Or-
Yes.
Well, we didn't.
So
There
there's where
were,
the
but there
buckets
are all
came
the
in.
buckets that said you had, y'all didn't have.
Exactly.
And y'all did
So-
a budget based on
Yeah.
empty buckets.
So what's happened over multiple years of Commissioners Court action is we have cut all the fat in the budget, but spending hasn't changed. So the departments are still spending the way that they previously had spent, but their budgets became closer to their actuals. And it's a collective whole. I'm not saying anybody in particular. It's a collective whole. For instance,
It's,
again.
you know what, it's from the
But we didn't know-
auditor's
but we
office
didn't
of
know
what you
about it.
advised this court. So you're trying to like lay blame all across the county, but we're spending what we were budgeted.
Yeah, come on,
So just
guys,
keep
let's
that in
move
mind of what
forward.
your
This is
office
not, we're
gave the
not
number.
here. Continue, let's just move on. Yeah, this isn't the time for,
There'll be another time.
yeah, we will address that absolutely later. Yeah, we're almost done with this presentation, and she has another page to go through, so let's just move on. There'll be plenty of time for this kind of discussion. It is what it is. We're doing, it's going to be a lot of anticipated conversations just like this. Yes.
The Road and Bridge is having a slight increase to their fund balance. The Fairgrounds is having all the departments are essentially having a very slight increase. The law library ended 9/30/22 in a deficit, and it continues to have a deficit. However, that deficit is $725 less than it was the previous year. Again, you can't continue to operate on a deficit, and so we're going to, either the general fund will need to fund the additional dollars, or additional cuts will be necessary in order to offset that known anticipated deficit in the law library of $64,127. The coastal parks will have a slightly larger increase in ending fund balance of $235,090. Does anybody have any questions on the estimated actual ending fund balances for 9/30 of '23? With that said, we're moving over to the K1, K2, that's that separate attachment, Connie. Thank you so much. How are we doing on time?
It's 10:35.
So if you look at the no new revenue tax rate, again, that carrying forward that estimated beginning fund balance of $28,306,935, and the anticipated revenues with the no new revenue rate of a total of $110,869,932. That gives you a total available funds, revenues plus your beginning fund balance of $139,176,867.
You kind of already went through
Yes.
this page, so we can.
If we
skip
go
through
over
this.
to K2, which is, again, I'm going to call it Steve's magical worksheet.
Yes.
The no new revenue rate, so it shows you what, starting at the bottom of K2, you can see that the 1920, we budgeted revenues of 99 million. We actually had revenues of 97 million, which is 98.1% of budgeted revenues. Then we had, so revenues came in at 98.1, budgeted expenditures came in at 91.9. Transfers out went in at 93. So the budget anticipated a shortfall of 4.497 million. In actuality, because we spent less than we budgeted, as we always do, because we're being prudent with those funds. There was a year-over-year increase in your fund balance of 2.3 million. Then in 2021, you had a year-over-year increase of 939,000. 21-22, that was the year that Commissioners Court decided to make changes with budget, and it was COVID. There were different things coming in. We came in under, so we budgeted a decrease of 9.2 million, and we actually came in with an actual decrease to our fund balance of 175,523. This year, with our estimated actuals, as you can see, we're budgeting that we're going to have 100.1% of budgeted revenues come in. We're anticipating that expenses are going to be at 89.2% of budgeted expenditures, which will generate a positive increase in your fund balance of 2.541 million estimated actual increase. We had budgeted a decrease of 10 million, so again, favorable to the county. And as I stated before, you want your budget to have the ability to absorb things that you can financially plan for. You want to over budget your expenses, and you want to under budget your revenue in order to be fiscally conservative. So for using that no new revenue base and the estimated actual beginning fund balance in 9/30/23. If we budget 108,669,000, there's a number that's cut off there. If we budget the revenues there and anticipating that we receive, because it's a very, I mean, the budgeted revenues are pretty right on. If we receive 99% of those, we would have a collection of 582,420 something. That line's cut off. I apologize for that. Your available resources between budget and estimated actual would be favorable. You would be budgeting to have, hold on, you would be budgeting more than what we're going to have come in, but that's because of the refineries. We're going to fully budget the revenue. It's just going to be in contingency.
So, answer a question real quick for me. On these budgets and actuals, if you went back all of these years, our fund balance is our general fund after everything. This says the amount we anticipated, the amount we actually collected, the amount we anticipated spending, the amount we actually collected. So if you went back to all of these fund balance, our general fund, in 19, this is the amount, you could add this, and we should be able to get our general fund balance every year moving forward.
That's correct. So if you look at where that actual line, where it has 22,694, 60 something, that the last line is cut off. That is your beginning fund balance. Your ending fund balance on that actual line is the 25 million, and so that was where your increase. That's your
So that could be a
actuals.
check and balance in what we have every year and how much, if we increase our fund balance or when it looks like we
And
had
that's
a
what this
loss
is
1 year
showing.
or
This
two.
is showing you.
Yes.
This is what you budgeted. This is what actually happened. This is what you budgeted. This is what.
And if you went back all these years, you could start back on, like 2019, we had 24 million in our fund balance. Then going into 2020, we should have 26 if we added in the end of the year, that 2 million. That's what I'm asking.
No, it's in, so that, if you're looking at the actuals for 9/30/21, that 25, 940, 567, right? Okay, so,
Which, in the middle of the page?
I'm sorry, if you go
25,
to,
940,
on 2020, 2021,
yes.
the 39,463 increase is the difference between the beginning fund balance and the ending fund balance. You're not adding that
Oh, so
on
you
top of
wouldn't-
that number.
That's just
No.
the final
That's
number.
just that's
Yes,
your net
okay,
change.
Okay.
That's your year-over-year
I was hoping
increase.
there was some way to check back to see that we have actual numbers, some way for
That-
all of us to feel like this is something that information given to us or something. To where they add up.
Yes, these all tie to our financial, our audited
Oh, I know they-
financial. Yes.
Something simple for us to look at to show where they're, I know he
Bank
was
statements,
asking.
Like bank statements?
Yeah. That's all right. I thought it was something else. Never mind.
So
I was
these are
trying to
your
ask Commissioner
actual,
Chesney's question.
your actual fund balances.
Mm-hmm.
Again, if we, assuming that we reduce our expenditures, that of the budgeted expenditures that we have, actual spending is curtailed. So we not only cut budget, but then we actually reduce spending on top of those cuts. That would give you the estimate at 86%. So of the budgeted revenue, we only spend 86 of what we budget. That would come in at expenses for the no new revenue rate of 103,612,244. And that would give us, again, that budgeted deficit of 20,965,522. We have never previously, as you can look at the previous 4 years, hit 86% of budgeted expenditures. 86 is extremely
Low.
low.
So then why project it like that? I'm just curious. Why wouldn't you project it at, say, the average of the other 4 years?
Dale is assuming that, given the state of the county, that actual expenditures will reduce with actual budget cuts.
The refineries is in that number.
The refineries is in that number, that's correct.
Well, but if you budgeted your expenditures at the average percentage, let's just say, of the last 4 years, then that deficit would be even higher.
That's correct, sir.
So this is a conservative.
The estimated actual, the budget wouldn't change. Your estimated actual, what we think that you might be able to come in at next year, would change. Let me get that for you.
Right, so that really is,
It's that estimated actual number that's going to change based on those 2 yellow highlighted numbers.
right, so if you just, and I'm not, if I just took the 4-year average, 1, 2, 3, 4 of these other 4 budgeted years, and said instead of 86%, it was 89, which is maybe 90, then really, we're looking at more of, that's where we're looking at a higher budget deficit. So the 86
The
is a little-
budget deficit would be the same. The actual deficit would be different.
Right,
The estimated actual.
right, it would go up.
Yes. So instead of it being the 5.185104, it would be higher,
No, it would just be, in other words, I've never seen an 86 number, okay? That's what I'm getting to.
That's correct.
Look, it's like
Right, and so if we put in the actual number of the average of the last 4 years, our projected deficit would be even bigger, right? Because that
Yes.
103 number would go down.
That's correct.
So, and again, I think this is where the court's going to have to really dig into this, because what Kevin's number, I think he was talking about, was only lost revenue, right? That's not the bottom line. The bottom line is the lost revenue plus, 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 plus. So at this point, as we sit here today on August 9th, at 86%, which is too low for me, but okay, I get it. Dale's got some reasoning there, fine. As we sit today, this county's looking at a potential deficit of 20 million plus, not 5 or 7 or 10, 20. If we do nothing, and we do everything we're obligated to do, and everything that you've on this list that we have on there with no input from commissioners, right now as we sit on August 9th, we're looking at 20 to 25 million in a deficit.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. That's a big, big number. And I mean, because it's not just the loss in revenue, it's also the increase in expenses and everything else that you have to factor in. So all we've been talking about in previous, and it took me a while for this to click, all the numbers we've been talking about has just been lost revenue potential. We haven't talked about increased expenses that go along with that and everything else that happens, to where this number is. So I don't know what we would have done if that $6 billion would have been in place. We'd have been looking at 50 million, right? So
That's correct.
I mean, it'd have been unreal. So it's not just a lost revenue, and everybody's got to get this. We're talking 20 to 25 million right now as we sit here today.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I have the spreadsheet. If we were to change that 91 or that 89 to 86, excuse me, to 91, you're looking at budgeted at the, so 91% of the $120 million budget would bring you in at an estimated actual of $109,636,211, which would be an estimated actual decrease in your fund balance of $11,209,072.
So, okay. So, I mean, it is what it is. And today as we sit, your number is, and it can change like in 15 minutes, I get it. that if we do everything that's on your list, that, okay, 20 to 25 million as we sit here today. And hopefully that'll change dramatically, and Commissioner Gonzalez has got all kinds of great ideas to help us, and we're going to come up with, some magic pill here.
Move forward, gotta move forward.
All right, okay. All right, thank
Stay
you.
with me, buddy, stay with me.
And going forward to the K4 really quick. Again, whenever you change to the voter approved, your revenues go up, but then also that loss due to the refineries not paying also goes up, right?
So it's not just the budgeted.
So it's not, yes.
Not
So it's
just-
not just a budgeted revenue, it's a budgeted expenditure issue that you're going to have. You're still at a budget deficit because your expense really isn't going to change, but your revenues are. So you're still going to be at a budgeted shortfall of 20 million without any adjustments. And then if you use the 86% of those budgeted expenses, you would have an estimated actual decrease in your fund balance of 4,325,000. Using that same worksheet for the projections. Oh, where did it go? Oh, he's got other stuff in here. Hold on. Using that same projection, if I were to go to, what did I use? I used 91. If I use 91% of those expenses, oops. You would be looking at, on the voter approved tax rate, a deficit of 10,604,016 for the estimated actual. Your budget would be correct as it's shown on your sheet, but it would vary based on that. It's only that one line, the estimated actual line, that changes based upon what we actually spend. So you have your budget that you would adopt, and then how actual spending comes in based on that budget.
Are you done?
Does anybody have any additional questions about, and again, this is more of a revenue. It does take into account the expenses, but we're going to get into the nitty-gritty of the expenses on Monday at the workshop. And then I believe that we'll also get into the nitty-gritty of potential cuts that have collectively been brainstormed for Commissioners Court's consideration. And that's that list that you were talking about in blue, Commissioner?
Yeah, I don't see
That'll be,
cuts. I see a bunch of include. I don't see a bunch of cuts in that, but I'll wait till Monday to go through that. Or maybe I'm not reading it right. All I see is include, but I'll wait till Monday on that one.
Lisa, what you're saying is we're going to have to tighten our belts.
we're going to have to tighten our belts, and there's no way around it.
We should have tightened our belts before we got to this point.
Yep.
There's no way that any rational person could have predicted what happened.
Oh, I think there is a rational, if we all
Well,
look back.
I mean, the appraisal district could have predicted what happened, but the rest of us that could not have anticipated. And as Commissioner Chesney stated, it would have been much worse had we stayed at the 6.5 billion. Catastrophically worse.
Well, let's call it like it is too, since we're beating on people. I'm going to keep beating because the appraisal district had these numbers way back when in executive session and did not disclose those to the entities affected. We also could have had a potential legislative fix on this during the legislative session had
You
those
wouldn't have
numbers.
needed it if he would have top
If we'd have known. So again, I hope truly that the appraisal district board looks very carefully at how this whole situation was handled because it's been a debacle. Yep. And I don't disagree with Commissioner Nueces. There was definitely some spending done in previous that we didn't have a lot of control over.
No.
You would think we would have, but this is the imperfect storm. This is definitely.
Oh, no, it's the perfect storm. All those hurricanes out in the ocean and that video with
it's.
George Clooney, they all merged, plus a couple extra that weren't even in the movie. They all merged together here in Nueces County. It's the perfect storm of
Imperfection.
Of imperfection, yes.
budget disasters.
I agree.
Welcome to the county.
Welcome to Nueces County, Judge
Yeah,
Scott.
thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Lisa, and we will be having more of this. Does anyone need me to take a break before we go into regular? It's 10:54. We have about 5 minutes if y'all want to take a break. Yeah. It's 10:54. We're going to have a short recess. Let's do 10 minutes. We'll be back here at 11:05. Okay. It's 11:10, and we're coming back from a short recess. We are at item F, adopt the following resolutions, proclamations, and have a motion and a second?
Make a motion.
Make a motion, and I will second that motion. That's my area as well. And Ms. King, will you read the recognition for us, please, on our Cow Allen softball team? We're glad to have you ladies here with us today, so
Welcome.
yes.
Yes, Judge. Commissioners Court resolution recognizing Cal Allen High School Lady Cat softball team as the 2023 state champions. Whereas the Cal Allen Lady Cat softball team is led by head coach Teresa Lentz, assistant coach Bianca Messina, assistant coach Lamar Lopez, JV head coach Mark Brazo, JV assistant head coach Angelica Davison, manager Aaron Warden, manager Eva Olivares, and student coach Kerrigan Rosca. Whereas the Cal Allen Lady Cat softball team consists of Megan Gear and Angelina Vela, Caitlin Tagley, Mia Flores, Jordan Thibodeau, Mackenzie Mounts, Raylan Gamez, Gabby Gadion, Maggie Herrera, Ariana Amaras, Braylon Bailey, Brooklyn Mador. I'm sorry if I butcher any of y'all's names. I apologize. Aluna Amares, Rihanna Rodella, Kayla Lopez, and Kaden Trevino. Whereas in 2023, the Cal Allen Lady Cat softball team finished the year with a 31-6-2 overall record, an amazing 10-0 record in the state playoffs. The Cats ultimately defeated the two-time reigning champions Liberty in the state final by a score of 9-7. The championship was the first Cal Allen softball history. It was the first championship in softball to be won by a team from Corpus Christi. Some of the Lady Cats state championship team members have received accolades from national and state organizations, which includes NFCA, THSCA, TGCA, Scorebook Live, TSWA, Caller Times, and Rio Sports Live. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Nueces County Commissioners Court that the court hereby recognizes the Cal Allen High School Lady Wildcats softball team as the 2023 state champions.
Thank you, Ms. King.
Thank you, Ms. King.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And I know, Commissioner Hernandez, you put this on the agenda. You may want to speak first.
Yes, I did, Judge. I just want to thank this group of young ladies for taking the time and come out here and let us do our part in congratulating them and their coaches. I think they've done a great job for being the first softball team ever from Corpus Christi to accomplish what they've done. So we really, you've put Corpus Christi on the map, not that it hasn't been put on before, but to be the first Wildcats softball team to ever accomplish this with state. So with that in mind, thank you all for what you all have done. And first things first, keep your school academics high. So thank you, coaches. Thank you very much.
And I just want to also say the same. This is my area. My children and my grandchildren have gone and do go to this school, and we're super, super proud of you guys, and so sorry that we had to postpone this a little bit. I think schedules with all of us got hard to get us in here at the same time, but we are extremely proud of you and extremely grateful, and I know your academics are just as important. You wouldn't be playing if they weren't, and we look forward to next year. Let's do this again. We have a proclamation for you, and
Congratulations.
we would like to bring you up and take a photo with us if you could too. If you would like to, we would love to do that. So.
Does Coach want to say anything? Judge?
Oh, yes. Would you like to say something, Coach? Thank you.
Good morning. Just want to say thank you all for having us here. I know it means a lot to these young ladies, and yes, I'm thankful that we were finally able to get together and get here. But just wanted to say that we really appreciate y'all's support. We appreciate the love that community has given us. You know, to do something that these young ladies accomplished was very, very, very difficult, and they put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into making sure that they accomplished that goal, and nobody was going to stop them from doing that. And I think we definitely want to try to do it this year. But you know, these young ladies, they love to battle. They love a competition, and I'm excited. We're excited. Hopefully the community is excited to see what they can do this year, because I know they're better. The experience they took this past season is only going to make them that much better. And now that they know they can do it, not that they didn't know before, but they really have that behind them, then, you know, nothing should be stopping them. So it's theirs. It's theirs if they want it. And we just wanted to say thank you to everyone. We really appreciate this. It means a lot to them. It means a lot to us. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Coach.
Yes.
Just fill it in, and we'll stay back here and stay out of your way. How are you doing? Congratulations. Congratulations. Hello, how are you? Congratulations.
Congratulations. Where are the rings? Did you all get rings?
Yeah.
Oh, not yet. You do get them, though. Okay, great.
Congratulations. Come on up. If somebody needs to come up here, they can too, if there's not enough room. So feel free to fill in some gaps up here. Oh, yeah, look at that. Ooh, let me see that.
Hey, man, how you doing? I didn't realize you were coaching. Yeah, that's great.
Thank you. Judge, thank you.
Hi, Bill. Thank you. Hi. We love the pressure.
That's good. Y'all ready? 3, 2, 1. One more. 3.
Get my drop one real quick. Don't y'all dare smile.
Congratulations. Good job. Get y'all back next day.
All right, everybody's good. That's good. How about y'all?
Yeah, my mom.
Thank you. I'm just thinking a few years ago. We're reading our pictures, right?
Yeah, but you know, hey, we've been there.
Not like this, I haven't.
Hey, we were 19.
Not us, not me. 19? No.
We got unrated.
I don't think I was here. It was y'all, maybe.
Man, we had to struggle because we couldn't borrow no money.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, got unrated, got everything, and man,
Oh, yeah, that must have been.
2 years we had to struggle.
Whew.
Okay, do we have the public comment? Moving on
That was just
to
fine.
item G, public comment.
We got, oh.
We have a couple of people signed up. Where did my microphone go? Sorry, they moved me. Sorry. Moving on to item G, public comment. We really only have a couple of people signed up, but let me remind you when you go up to the microphone to speak, please state your name and address for us. Mr. Joe Ortiz, if you would like to come up first. How are you this morning? Yes, and we cannot respond, so.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you for having me over or giving us the opportunity to speak publicly here. I live at 3718 Mendenhall, Corpus Christi, Texas. But one of the reasons why I'm here is because of the process that you all have on the ordinance. I don't know if it's an ordinance on the game rooms. You know, one of the process is that you must maintain a CFO, Certificate of Occupants, from the city of Corpus Christi. And of course, in the process, we do that. And we do that complying with everything that the city gives you. But when we come to the Nueces County, I think we got a problem there. Because these business owners, while they're getting their certificate of occupants or their business, license, I guess you would say, but they spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to comply with city ordinances. For example, you have to have sprinkler systems. Well, as some of you know that you're in business, it costs a lot of money. But when you come and apply for a county permit, their dreams break down because they're not qualifying, or the process is not explained to them how the process should be. I think there's a breakdown in the way that person who's handling the permits. I don't think she's got the experience to run this process. You're breaking people's dreams by not explaining to them before they spend hundreds of thousands of dollars as to how you should, comply with county ordinances. If it's an ordinance, what I understand, it's not an ordinance. It's a process that the county adopted. And I'll give you an example. I went to get permit from the county, and for 3 days I couldn't get nobody to answer because they wouldn't accept the $1,000 fee that you should, give out to the county to start the process of looking into the county permit. 3 days, and as some of your business owners, time is money for these people. Well, we had to wait 3 days. We couldn't get anybody. They wouldn't accept our check, $1,000 check. Nobody would check what we were bringing to the county to get the permit. But then when she gets there, after spending, again, hundreds of thousands of dollars to comply with city ordinances, no permit, nothing. It's sad. It's really sad that the process is like this. And I think there should be some improvement or change somebody that knows how to give out permits. Now, this person, does she know when to get a firewall? No, I don't think so. Does she know how to calculate occupant load? No, I don't think so. So how can you have this person doing the process of giving out permits when she doesn't know anything about permitting? I think all she knows is how to collect the money, but then she has all the gall to say, no, you're not qualified.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ortiz, but your time has run out.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
So if you want to wrap it up, thank you. Sorry.
I wouldn't know the judge.
You can sign in after this, but we have someone on the list
Okay,
already
very good.
next, so, yes.
Whenever you.
Christopher Brandt,
I'm on item 6, so I'll be talking.
you want to wait until it comes
Yes.
up? Okay, then go ahead, yes.
Thank you.
Sure, name and address as well, too.
Rolando Garza, 2517 Goliad. It's kind of unprecedented for me to even be here, and number two, to be speaking before you, because normally when I talk on my show, I never talk about the county because they've always run a tight budget. They've always run a good, tight ship, and I've never had any issues here, probably, I would say, for maybe 17 years, because they handle, this court has been able to have the ability with the commissioners and great county judges to resolve issues. So I was asked today to come follow up because I came with Mr. Ortiz for a permit. And I do feel bad that you guys were left with no money to balance your budget. There's a why to that. I think the community needs to know the why. And I want to thank Commissioner Chesney for coming on the show. Always open and transparent, informing our Latino community, which is 70% Latino in the county. Judge Jag for coming on the show, and Robert Hernandez for coming on the show. John Myers came on the show, and we're waiting for our honorable county judge to come on the show when she gets time. I just want to follow up just a little bit. The city, outside the city, when we talk about revenue streams, John, you know, are you capitalizing with all the developers that come from different parts of the country with hundreds of millions of dollars like they're doing in the city? You know, outside the county perimeter, the city perimeter, there should be a development services built into your system to where you oversee projects and you collect those revenues. That's a revenue stream that's not being tapped into. And I feel that's something that's something you should look at to assign. I don't think your engineering department doesn't have, like Joe said, I'm not here to insult anybody. What I'm here to say is to say that you should tap into that money, find someone of experience, create a department. Yes, is it bigger government? But look at the stream of money. They're spending hundreds of millions of dollars buying land in the county area, and we're not taking advantage of that. So what happens when they build land in the county, Brent Chesney? It creates revenue and taxes. Am I right? I learned that from this guy right here, okay? From this commissioner. So it creates a lot of revenue. In the permitting process there, here we go again. They go to city. Maybe there's when you do a co-op, co-op's not necessary, but there's a vein of money there just waiting. Just what they're building out in the county right now, Commissioner Mares, they're building out there right now. They're taking advantage. They say, we don't need a permit. We're outside the city limits, and the developers are taking advantage of the county right now. And I'm not saying that bad thing to the developer, but everybody's got to pay their fair share. If you pay inside the city, then you should pay for your permits for the county to build any development outside the county, in the county lines. Number two, let me finish. I only got 10 seconds. When Joe expressed to you, just please give me like an extra 10 seconds here. When Joe expresses, and I came with him to get the permit, they didn't even know how to accept the cash. They said, so they had to go ask 4 people, and we had to wait 20 minutes, and I'm not saying anything bad, okay? They said, do we take cash, cashier's check, debit card, or money order? And they had to go find out from 3 or 4 different sources. And I felt bad for them, because maybe you haven't tweaked the system yet, so maybe a relook at it, commissioners and county judge, a relook at it, let's tweak it. And when you have somebody assigned that has no experience with the building, the outcome, and you're waiting for the city, the county is depending on the city to make sure that it's built right, and there's no oversight by the county. So how do you deny, and this is what they also said, we want every employee's background check, social security number. Like, I built 9 houses, and they never asked me.
Mr. Garza, I'm going to have to push you to, your time has run out as well.
And I'll close with this.
Okay.
I just want to thank you for the job that you're doing and the service that you're providing for us. And I look forward for more of you to come on to my show, our show, Eddie Flores and Roland Garza, Wednesday, Thursday, and Fridays, and express and just share government with us, be transparent with us. We appreciate it, and we look forward to the opportunity. I thank you so much for all the job you're doing, okay? So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're good.
I'm going to move ahead to the regular agenda item A1 because we have some folks here from Austin that are going to be traveling back that want to get back on the road. So this is to receive a presentation from the GLO on innovative low-cost ways to manage stormwater and flood control. And I will remind you to keep it, I appreciate this, but for time constraints, if you could keep it under 10 minutes, please, for us. Yes.
Okay, so I'll move real fast. Thanks, Judge, and thanks for allowing this. So I'm going to introduce Jason Pinchback. I've had the opportunity to work with Jason, I guess, 10, 12 years now in various roles at the GLO. We've accomplished a lot of success. So this is an initiative they've been working on. I've been working on it with them, and we're actually going to try to incorporate some of these things over at Packard Channel Nature Park. But I just wanted to come bring this information to y'all through them. That way you could see some really neat alternatives to managing stormwater and flood control that are pretty cost effective. So I'll stop right there, Jason.
Good morning, Judge Scott and Commissioners.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you for being here today.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for having me. My name is Jason Pinchback. I'm the Water Resources Manager at the Texas General Land Office under the leadership of Don Buckingham, Land Commissioner. I'm also joined today by our partners with Texas State University in AgriLife, Christina Lopez and Charis York, who will be presenting shortly. I'd like to thank Scott Cross for his continued partnership with the General Land Office and for being a shining example on the coast and a visionary for how to deliver much-needed projects. He's a true gem, as I'm sure you all are aware. So thank you for granting a few minutes of your agenda today. I know you're really moving quickly and allow us an opportunity to share some information about the future of water quality and how we're managing our land use development as areas continue to grow. The GLO last year recently launched a program called Clean Coast Texas, and we're working with communities all along the coast to explore ways to enhance the management of stormwater quality and the related non-point source pollution. And we're here today to share just a snapshot of that information. So in addition to looking at some of the traditional methods of managing stormwater and water quality, we're here today to share some information about cost-effective, nature-based approaches that take advantage of some lessons learned, specifically how to explore green infrastructure and some low-impact development practices in ways that are economically viable and sustainable for the future as we continue to grow and protect our water resources. We've asked our partner and a leading green stormwater infrastructure expert, Charis York, to actually present the bulk of the information. So I'd like to introduce Charis York. Thank you, Charis. And thank you.
Thank
you, sir.
Good morning. As Jason mentioned, I work for the AgriLife Extension Service, so you guys should be very familiar with some of my coworkers here in Nueces County, Norma and her crew. So I'm actually based out of Houston, but I run a statewide program, and so that's how I'm able to come here and speak with you today. Now, there's a lot of slides, and I'm not going to try to talk about all of them today. Don't worry. But you have them there as a resource moving forward. So if you want to go one more. Let's start with this one. So in the state of Texas, it's the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality and the Texas State Soil and Water Conservation Board who are charged with keeping track of the quality of our surface water. So we're not talking about drinking water here. We're talking about the water in our streams and our rivers and our creeks. And what this map shows is the red and blue lines all represent bodies of water in Texas, and the red indicate ones that are not meeting their water quality standards. They are considered impaired by the state of Texas. And there's a lot of red on that map. So next slide. So when we say impaired, what are we talking about? We're talking about things like pathogens and bacteria, and what we measure is fecal coliform bacteria. And based on the term fecal, you can probably guess where that comes from. We're also talking about excess amounts of nutrients, so things like excess nitrogen and phosphorus, sediments that come from erosion on our construction sites or around our communities, and then finally debris, just simple trash that gets into our waterways. Next slide. So what we want to focus on and what we're able to assist you guys with through the Clean Coast Texas program is to look at green infrastructure or nature-based solutions to absorb and filter stormwater. There's a lot of benefits that come from this approach. Now, we live on the coast. We have a lot of gray infrastructure. We are flat. We are wet. We are never going to get away from the gray. We're not suggesting that we replace the gray infrastructure with green infrastructure. We're suggesting that there's ways to marry those practices together and create a system where we get these multi-benefit sites, where we are mitigating flooding, improving water quality, increasing habitat, and providing resources for our human constituents as well as the wildlife. Next. So I'm going to spend the rest of the time giving you guys a high-level overview of two projects that have happened on the Upper Coast, which are the types of things that could happen in your county as well. Next. We'll skip that one for now. And we'll talk about Sheldon Lake State Park. So this is in Harris County, but it's outside of the Beltway. So it's not in Houston. It's outside of Harris County. Sheldon Lake State Park, a large portion of it used to be agricultural production before it was purchased by the state and put into the park. And most recently, it was used as a turf grass farm. And even after it was purchased by the state, it continued to be used for those agricultural production purposes. But we wanted to take that land back to its natural coastal prairie wetland ecosystem for the services that it provides. It's upstream from a lot of people. It can hold a lot of water. It can filter that water, and it can protect the downstream communities. So what we were able to do is actually look back at the historic aerial photos from the 1930s. This was before you could just use the slider bar on Google Earth to look back at the pictures, so it actually is a lot easier now. but we were able to see what it looked like before it went into ag production, to use those images to find the wetland ponds that used to exist. We went out there, took soil cores, and the existing wetland soils were still there, and we re-excavated back to where those ponds used to be. So next slide. So as we look at this slide, if you start in the upper left-hand corner and work your way clockwise around the slide, you can see when we re-excavated those ponds, they look like a barren wasteland. But as we planted them, and as time progressed, we were able to recapture that native wetland ecosystem. So now we have the area to hold water safely where we're not putting anyone's homes or businesses in danger. We have water quality that comes from that. We have habitat for the wildlife, and now we have a great amenity for the people who live nearby to go and visit and to experience these things. So this is the type of strategy that we could take into your county, to look at areas where maybe they've been in agricultural production. Is there a way to take them back to the way that they used to be? Is there a way to protect and preserve these large areas of land that are upstream or outside of where your population centers are, where we can use that natural resource to protect where people are living? Next. So another example I want to give you, and I know we're moving fast, but we're trying to keep on time. Click next for me. So this is an example. This one is in Houston near Johnson Space Center. When Johnson Space Center was developed in the 1960s, it was out in the middle of nowhere. There were not homes or businesses. It was put out there because there was land available. And you might be thinking of areas in your county right now that are way out there. But you see development starting to happen. And so you'll see what happened, which is what we saw in Clear Lake. Now there's homes and businesses everywhere. The people who lived and worked at Johnson Space Center needed places to live, so they started developing. But they developed without any detention requirements. They weren't concerned about that because we're on the boonies, guys. It's fine. But over time, as more and more people came, we started to see a major flooding issue because, again, it's the coast. We're flat and it's wet, and a lot of water comes that has to be dealt with. So the Clear Lake City Water Authority, and in conjunction with a number of partners, were able to look in the area and see what green spaces still existed. And they found an old golf course. Because in the 1960s, everybody wanted to live on the golf course, right? This is how we developed. Right now, not so interesting to people. That's not what they want. So we're able to take that golf course and convert it into what you see here on the screen. Next slide. So it was a 5-phase project. Phase 1 started in early 2017. You guys probably remember August of 2017. That's when Hurricane Harvey came through. You guys got a full-on hurricane with hurricane force winds. The upper coast got extreme amounts of rainfall. Next. So the picture on the left is what this area looks like on a regular day. The picture on the right is what it looked like in August of 2017. So phase 1 was 80% completed when Hurricane Harvey came through and dumped close to 50 inches of rainfall. And you can see it filled up, but those homes in the background did not flood. There was over 150 homes and businesses that were flooding in smaller storms that did not flood during Hurricane Harvey. And the only thing that changed was construction of this project. Since then, they've completed phase 5 construction is completing this month. The wetland and the planting portions still need to happen, but the excavation of all 5 phases have happened. We have over 200 acres of detention, stormwater wetlands, and park space that is now available to that community. And we've not seen any of the tropical storms or hurricanes that have come through since have come anywhere near the rainfall totals of Hurricane Harvey, and so we're seeing less and less flooding. Next. We're going to skip through these guys, I think. So keep going. Keep going.
It said to slow down.
It says to slow down. She has to listen. There are smaller site-scale projects that we can think about at an individual home and business using something like a rain garden or a rainwater harvesting tank to capture some of that, even on a very small scale. Keep going. Keep going. And so I want to leave you guys with some of the thoughts about Clean Coast Texas and how we're able to support you as a county and the ideas and the projects that you have. And we're able to bring some resources to the table to help understand the issues that you're facing, help you find how green infrastructure solutions might be able to fit with those, and to address some of the barriers that you have. And so if this is of interest, we ask you guys to help us designate a point of contact within the community or within the county who we can work with to have some more conversations about how this fits with your guys' goals and priorities, and how we can help you guys be a more resilient community and a place where people will continue to want to come to live and to work for a very long time. So I think.
Thank you. That was good. Very quick.
That are available
Are there any?
assistance with design?
Several of the types of assistance we can provide are assistance writing grants to help fund these projects, and that's from design through implementation. And we have a couple of partners who are with engineering and design firms who are able to help us complete that. So for example, we're partnering with the city of Rockport right now, and we have several of those site scale projects that are in process of being designed and will be constructed next year at no cost to the city because we're able to bring in those grant dollars to pay for those.
Awesome.
Okay.
And I know there are projects ongoing right now that we're waiting on approval from the GLO for drainage issues and has mitigation and stuff, but this is totally separate. This would be something else in addition to that
Yes,
we could possibly move forward to help with us with these issues here.
Definitely. Those would be in addition to those projects. So.
Thank you. Sounds interesting. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Got under 2 minutes.
Awesome. You did good. Going back.
We're good, Judge. We're good.
Yes, we're good, thank you. Board appointments, but I want to ask, I'm sorry, Mr. Brandt, I know you said you wanted to wait until that item came up, but after consent and board appointments, when we get too far down the road, we are going to do executive because we have some things to handle before we move forward. So do you still want to wait to do your public comment, or do you?
It wasn't a public comment, it was just to speak.
Unless you could bring it forward prior to, it's only about a 3-minute issue.
And it was item 6. Let me go ahead, since you've been here all morning, let me bring that one up. Item 6, discuss and consider the approval of a memorandum of understanding, MOU, between Nueces County and the Coastal Bend Disaster Recovery Group and any related matters. Yes, sir, Mr. Brandt.
Yes,
State your name and address too, because you are on my list too. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Christopher Brandt.
3 minutes, or since it's an item?
Since it's an item, he can talk, yeah. But
Oh, don't tell me I can talk forever, Judge.
3
I'm just
minutes
kidding.
then. 3 minutes only.
Okay.
No,
I'm just teasing.
Thank you.
Yes, Coastal Bend Disaster Recovery Group presented to you last year, I believe it was November, to the Commissioners Court to talk about the work that we have done in the community, helping the community recover from disasters. We started off 2015 with the flood in Nueces and Jim Wells. That's when our organization started. We moved directly into Hurricane Harvey, and then of course we had the winter storm of 2021, I believe. Yeah, and right now we're in the process of formalizing our relationships with the different counties of the 11 counties that we operate in the Coastal Bend. I worked with with the emergency manager with the MOU. It's
She's going to speak next, I think, on this.
Oh, yes, she's right
Yes.
Yes, and we're very excited to have a formal relationship with the county for our organization, and we, as you know, work well with the communities. We're part of the community. We're the first here when there's a disaster, and we're always the last one out. And the essential thing that we do is we help coordinate the different national groups that come in to help, and we help create a unmet needs roundtable where we help coordinate so that we can help the vulnerable populations of the communities that have the hardest time recovering from disaster. And so
And let me just add what a benefit you are to Nueces County too, with our limited resources and personnel as well. When we do have a disaster or an emergency, we have a group that we can send to focus on, so we are not sitting there with trailers or items that have been donated that we are trying to sort through and send out into our community where they're needed the most. With our limited resources, you seem to be a great addition to our resources on this end in an emergency as well.
And I'd just like to say that for the commissioners, go ahead and take time to look through the accomplishment we had with our Hurricane Harvey response. And like, again, we couldn't do it with all of our partners. And I would just want to add one more thing, which is every time we have a national group come in, they're always amazed at how well people in the coastal bend work together and don't fight and, compete. And I think our community should be really proud of how well we all work together. Set our egos aside and focus on the task at hand. So I'd like to thank the community and leaders like yourself.
Thank you for being here. Dee, did you have anything to add, or are we good? I would make a motion to pass this MOU. It has been approved by the county attorney. It's been vetted by the county attorney. Does anybody have any questions?
I've got one, Judge.
Yes, it's a yes. Go ahead.
Has Mr. Louis Ray been replaced by us?
Yeah, D is Louis' position. Yes. Yes, that's why she's here. Sorry. It's going to be a while before people don't recognize her as my chief of staff, so
but
she has moved to another.
Yeah, I highly recommend us doing this. When you have a disaster, it's a lot of stuff that goes on, but recovery is really the most critical portion of a disaster. And one of the things that this group does provides us those abilities to get things done that we don't do on our own, and it's no cost to the county, which is a big thing. So I recommend that we do.
So moved.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here as well.
Thank you, Dee.
Thank you, Dee.
We will be back.
So I have to say this in there or here? Okay. Moving on to item H, the Nueces County Library Advisory Board. We had an individual resigned, and we did get an application to appoint Shannon Copeland. Applied for this position. It is in your minutes, her information in there, but Ms. Longoria resigned from this board. And
So
we're
moved, Judge.
thankful.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Moving on to our consent agenda, does any commissioner have any items they wish to pull and for more discussion on the consent agenda? I want to point out on, or pull item D, just to point out something.
Which one, B as in boy?
D as in dog, yes. It was brought to my attention, so I want to pull it out just so I can let y'all know I don't want to pass something without.
Motion to pass the rest of the items other than item D on the consent agenda?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to pass all the other items except item D on the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. On item D, I was informed that the fee for item number 8 on that list, on the special motions check register deal, the fee has changed, and we have not approved that fee formally in court. I believe the date, where's my paperwork? Here it is. The May 1st, 2021 through April 30th, 2022, our fees were there. So apparently their fees changed from April on. So I just wanted to point out, I'm not sure if we want to go back or how we want to proceed with this one payment. Access is who it is.
That's correct, Judge. So when the court approved this back in January 2022, it was presented that set the fees, and then it states the document that it's going to change after April 2022, but the court was not aware of those changes or the new fees set after that date.
And this is for something to do with the medical examiner's office?
That's correct. And he's, Dr. Fagan, he's aware and he's working with Michael, so they're going to bring those fees before court for approval.
So what do we need to do today, Judge?
So do we hold off until these fees and bring it back when the fees are approved?
What do you
How do
wanna
we
do?
pay something, or renewed, or the contract is renewed?
I just don't understand about the fees. How did we get to this point?
It was just brought to my attention. I have no idea.
Wait, okay, so, can't even find it. It's which one on the sheet? No, what
8, number 8.
Item number 8 on the list, but it's like the very,
Regular agenda?
on D.
Under special motions, Commissioner.
Special motions, it is like the second page in there on the back, the second page.
Axis. And so,
Axis, yes, exactly.
Are the rates not the same as reflected on 1, 8, and 13? Because they're all the same vendor.
Yeah, the same vendor, but the rates that
only-
approved, it was just, they're higher right now. We're paying a higher rate that the court approved back then.
Why did we only pull 8 then?
Pardon me?
Why did you only ask me to pull number 8?
Oh, I'm sorry, it should be 8 and also the 13. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
And 1.
And
Judge.
1. Yeah, we
Yes.
just
1,
already
8,
made a
and
motion
13.
to
Yes.
approve 1 and 13.
I'm sorry, yes.
no, I thought
That's
all we did
correct.
was, we pulled all of D.
Yes,
pulled
you
all
pull
of D.
everything.
Oh, yes.
All of D, and then 1 and 13 are in D.
That's
Oh,
correct.
okay, yes.
So none of it's been
Oh,
voted on.
Nothing has been approved. The
As I
whole
said,
agenda
item
was
18,
approved. Yeah.
Item 8, but we only pulled all of D, yes, okay.
Okay, so what are,
What are you
Just to make the
asking
court
us
aware
to
that the fees, Dr. Fagan is working with purchasing to bring before the court the fees to reflect the rate
And
that
that
we're
was-
paying. So it's up to the court. It decides to go ahead and continue paying. We've done it since after April 2022.
60, 40 fee, whatever, that's the fee you're talking about?
No.
No, there's different fees.
It's a
Commissioner.
contractor that's giving, his fees have increased. We approved his fees through April of 2022. So why did we not get this back in April to approve their next year's fees?
Neither Forrest nor I were aware that we had to take it through the court. So that's our mistake, and we are working with purchasing to get that rectified and have it ready to go to the court.
and these are fees for what?
Toxicology, sir.
And how much were they and how much are they?
The toxicology fees, I would have to pull up on the email, but they have increased.
Significantly, minimally?
Ma'am, I'd have to get the exact figures, and I don't have them.
Yeah, I think we should pull these, all of the access invoices and bring it to the
Yeah,
next meeting with
I mean,
more
you can't-
information and hopefully
didn't-
get that through purchasing as well to approve their rates.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, motion to table.
Second.
Until the next meeting, the Axis invoices.
The access, just
Means don't
only
pay.
the access, so we need a motion to table
And-
that, then we'll motion to pass the rest.
And whole payment, obviously, since
Yes.
we're tabling, so we're not approving payment. Okay.
Yes.
On 1.
We have a motion
On all
and
the
a
access ones.
second
1, 3, and
to
13.
table
Yeah, all the Axis
And
ones.
13, yeah. Okay.
1, 8, and 13 on the special motions list from access, and to move it to the next meeting on the 23rd. When is that? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Now we need a motion to pass the rest of item D without those. I'll make the motion to pass the remaining items on D on the special motions checklist.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you very much. What time is it? Do we have a time when we're supposed to be back there for attorneys present? Do we have a set time? Are we good to go?
By around noon, Judge.
Okay, we'll go a little bit further then. Moving on to the regular agenda, item number 2, receive an update on the Corpus Christi Regional Transportation Authority Street Improvement Fund available balance as of August the 9th, 2023. Are you doing this or Teresa? Ide?
So, Commissioners, it was requested to provide the balances for the RTA for each commissioner, including the judge, so that we did. Teresa and I worked together with RTA, and we had the same, we did the analysis, and we had the same dollar amount. I believe that you have before you each budget amount.
So if I'm looking at this right, I have, and I'll be honest with you, I have forgotten these funds. So it looks like, based on what I've got in mind, is like about 92,000
That's the books. No, that's incorrect. So I'm working also with the auditor's office because they need to reflect the correct balances.
Okay,
So they're missing that transaction. They are aware of. I pointed out to Ms. Lisa to make that correction. Is that correct, Lisa?
Yes. We did have a meeting to discuss this regarding the RTA, and I did also discuss with Dale yesterday, and he is in agreement that we need to revise how we currently account for those in order to reflect the carry forward balance.
Okay, so someone just needs to tell me how much I've got.
So total for the budget is, Commissioner,
I've got.
as of 2022 balances is 68,658. Those are due for precinct 4. That's correct.
68 what?
68,658.
Okay. And remind me, those are for street projects that somehow where the bus lines run?
That's correct. It has to be close to those.
Okay.
So it all depends. So I can send you the correct statute which specifies how you, that specifics. Yes.
Excuse me.
Sure.
I
Yes,
want to
Commissioner.
know that I heard you right. It's for street projects?
That's correct.
And RTA is allowing us
Yes, every year they allocate for the county. So like we received recently, I believe on July 12th, we was one allocation, and 80, I don't recall exactly the dollar amount, I'm sorry about that. But yes, every year the court receives funds for the RTA for this particular improvements.
That's the funds you give for the outside agencies, which is anywhere from 18,000 to 20,000.
So which one of these?
outside agencies?
Sorry.
For the street improvements, Commissioner,
Or
yes.
sidewalks,
That's correct. Whatever the transportation code allows you to do with these funds, that's how you can spend those funds.
And do you have the, can you tell me what's in my fund?
That's correct, yes, Commissioner. Precinct 1, you have 200, as of 2022, okay? This is September 30, 2022, you have 232,555 budget.
It hasn't been used in a while, has it?
No, the last time that the court approved the projects, it was 18-19. So next court, we're gonna work, Teresa's gonna work with each of you, so y'all can provide the projects and it can be approved. We're missing 20, 21, and 22 projects. And we had to amend 18 and 19 projects to be able to request reimbursement.
Thank you.
How long
You're
will they
welcome.
let us go with this rolling over? Do they have a?
We have an outstanding balance of 854,000 total, 053 as of 2023. That's all the commissioners. So that's the money that needs to be spent.
Okay, I've spent the most. Not necessarily good.
Okay, any other comments or questions for that item? There's no vote necessary, so thank you. Item number 3, discuss and consider authorizing and approving a sole source purchase and service agreement with Data Business Equipment, Inc. for one CCR-1600 cash drawer automation and management system for the Nueces County Tax Assessor Collector's Office. And
this has already been previously budgeted, correct, Judge?
It's coming from CS Special Revenues, Commissioner.
Gotcha. So moved, Judge.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye, sorry. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 4, do you all want to bring this one back up after we go into executive item 4?
Whatever you want to do, Judge. I'm okay.
Moving on to item 5, discuss and consider approval of Emergency Service District ESD number 2 Memorandum of Agreement, MOU, for fire calls in unincorporated areas of Nueces County and any related matters. And Ms. Hawkins, our emergency operations, is here. So,
Yes, there's,
Judge, I would make a motion to pass this too. Just while she's doing that. I'm not trying to stop her, but yeah.
But there's not much discussion, yes. We have a motion and a second to pass. Any other discussion? Any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Very good.
Item number 7, discuss and consider approval of memorandum of understanding between People Assisting Animal Control PAC,
That
and
is the one that we should hold until Ms. Martinez gets here. She'll get here around 2:30.
I don't think that it's even necessary.
Yeah, I
I'll
don't
make the
think so
motion to
either.
pass.
This is really great.
It's
Yeah,
straightforward.
This is an awesome.
It's a great benefit to Nueces County, and they do it with all the other surrounding counties. We have not taken advantage of this in the past, but we need to. We have met with them. She's been to the courthouse, so I think this is great moving forward.
I just need to make sure that it gets renewed in October because
Oh,
the
yes,
money's
this
only
is
used until
only
the end
to-
of this fiscal year, and that's why this contract is so short. So if they get the $125,000 again next year,
Their grant,
then
and we
they
will have to bring it back
have
to
a new
approve
MOU
again.
approved.
Yes.
Good point. I would make the motion to pass this and to renew it in October as well. And I'm assuming this has been vetted by the county attorney?
Yes, it
Second.
is.
So that would be my motion to pass it now and to renew it automatically in October under the same terms.
We have a motion and a second to pass this and also renew automatically in October. And any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 8, discuss and consider selection of LJA Engineering for engineering services for the ARPA-funded projects, Amistad Veterans Memorial Park. Yes, Edward?
It's one of our additional
We have a motion.
ARPA
Sorry,
projects, so
Commissioner.
Make a motion.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes.
And again, I'm assuming all these have been vetted by the county attorney. If they haven't, please stop me.
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
We
All
are
right.
sending everything to the county
I
attorney.
know.
Yes,
I just-
yes.
I do want to interject here, just so you know, all you did today was select.
Yes.
We'll come back with the
Yes.
fully vetted work authorization.
Yes.
The next one that's coming up, sorry.
And number 9, discuss and consider selection of ICE for engineering services under master service contract 20230307 for the following community development block grant, the Golden Acres drainage. Sorry, Commissioner.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to pass. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And item number 10 is similar, discuss and consider the selection of Adora for engineering services under master services contract for the Belk Lane Community Development Block Grant.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Gonzalez, seconded by Commissioner Hernandez. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 11, discuss and consider the upcoming Commissioners Court meetings and budget workshops and related matters. Are there any conflicts, any changes, anybody?
Just a question. I want to make sure we have the budget workshop on the 17th. We're going to do that at the same time that we have that one quick agenda
Yes,
item as
yes,
well for,
the
okay.
road.
Great.
Yes, we put that on there, yes.
It was
The
just
10
like I have
days
to-
is the 16th, and we were going to have a special meeting, and we added it to the budget workshop. It's just a one agenda item that will be with our meeting, yes. Then moving on to Public Works, item number 1, discuss and consider approval of supplemental agreement number 3 between Nueces County and CLK Architects and Associates for the Nueces County ADA modification projects. And, yes.
Judge, Commissioners, Public Works is recommending the supplement agreement number 3 between Nueces County and CLK, and this is for the ADA projects that we have going on. One of them is the courthouse, and then we have other projects that are so outstanding.
I also, just to reiterate, I met with them and I did have some questions because I was misled or misunderstood about the funding for this and the Stoddard, the rest of the ADA projects. I was corrected. Did you get in touch with Stoddard last night?
Yes,
Because I
ma'am.
got the email, everything is clear to go.
Yes, ma'am.
Everybody's still on the go.
Yes, ma'am.
So I would make the motion to pass. That has all been cleared up. This is paid with COs and they still have money remaining from the 1.4 that we originally allotted them. Yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Item number 2, discuss and consider options for the relocation of social services and veteran services. We're moving them back to the courthouse, and I think there were several different plans. Juan, you may need to explain this one.
Yes, ma'am. There's some exhibits that were put together for relocation. I know we're looking at possibly the first floor and also the third floor, and then probably looking into the grant. Connie, do you have those exhibits?
The first floor being the veteran services remodel for them as you come in on the.
Yes, ma'am. Right now it's the training room. It's to the right. There's about a 20 by 30 foot area.
By the way,
there's a training room. When you walk in the main doors there's a room to the right before you get into the
jury
room.
Oh.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Man, we don't use that.
Excuse me, one.
That's good space, too.
Yeah.
No,
Are we going to have to provide security? We provide security right now, but when people are well in to the courthouse. But this entrance is going to be right at the entrance.
That's good.
Yes, sir. Right now, there's security stationed once in a while in front. There's a cubicle right there in the front that you have somebody sitting there from security.
And do these? Those are great locations. Do these meet the needs of the two organizations?
Yes, sir. If you want to go to the
There's a
last
question
one.
on the one on the social services. If you move them to the third floor, they will not be close to the veteran services, and they both utilize a lot of the same people and go back and forth. So
Not with the yellow.
that was the only comments that I got away from court.
Oh, wow.
This is the
They
first
weren't
floor.
together before, though, either, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
They weren't
Okay.
together before. That was just nicely done when we put them over in the RTA and spent a bunch of money.
The third floor would be right here where the public defenders are temporarily at right now.
Which is where they were before, I think.
That's correct.
Right, which
Yes, sir.
life goes full cycle.
Wow. I wasn't here then. I didn't know that.
No. Just
Judge and Commissioner, this is just a layout of the entry. This is where the entry's at, where it says entry 110. That's where you come in, and then the right yellow area where it says, and I have it in front of me. Throw my glasses. The one right there, the space right there to the bottom part. That's where we would recommend for Veterans Office creates an office space in the front. And then you have your office space for JJ, and then you have a storage room for their supplies when they come in, and they need some storage. The one to the right would be for social services, and that's going through the hallway into the doors. We would create a waiting area, a receptionist area, and you
That
have...
would take up some of the central jury room, though.
It-
That
it'll-
would
it'll-
cut that room off.
Yes, ma'am, it would cut off the jury room.
Wait, this is an
This
option?
is, there's two different plans, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're just layouts of
Yeah.
exhibits of what can be done within the space. My understanding is that waiting room can also be multi-use between social services and the veterans. When they're waiting, if somebody's coming in, they can be waiting in that space.
Did you talk to the judges about
Yeah,
this?
what did they say about the central jury
We
room?
haven't talked to the judges.
Okay.
A little visit with them.
Yeah, that's.
If you're talking about cutting off that room, you're going to have to bring them in on this.
Yes.
I apologize for that.
No, it's okay. I mean,
But that would create about 11 office spaces, and that's what's being requested by social services, and also with the reception area, and again, the waiting room. So that would be everything tied together. If you go back to the other exhibits on the top, that one right there, this would be we call it the IT area because that's where IT was before. But you would be able to have a receptionist area. This is third floor up here to the left. You would have a reception area, a waiting room. This layout was done when we were planning on doing the defender's office, and this is kind of like a layout what we had before. In that space, you would also create, or there's existing offices that you would create about 11 to 12 office spaces in there. But in this area, you would have to take away from HR. But there's still offices in there with space available. If needed, that you would have to just put in new doors. So that is an option also. Go down to the next one, which is the 5th floor. I think there's another one. That This would be the fifth floor, the grants area. I call it the grants area, the grant space. Right now, there's two office spaces, and in this space it would be tight, and this one would cost more money, because in this one we
Then
would
scrap that one, just don't even
This-
tell us
yeah,
about
yeah.
it.
So-
It's like, let's
yeah,
just go ahead
this-
and stop you
yeah,
now.
So we'll just take that one out. So this one would cost more money, so this I wouldn't recommend. We're just kind of looking at space that might be available. But Judge, Commissioners, I guess what space y'all want to?
I think we need to come back, talk to the judges about that other space before we make a decision on which space we could use.
I think cost-wise, Judge, I think this two spaces would keep us within the budget that.
Using
A
those
little
two
bit.
downstairs on the first floor would.
Yes.
I thought all we had to do was put a door or something on
Yes,
the
ma'am.
public
Okay.
defender's office.
That's the IT space, so
You need to
cost
keep 'em-
effective would be the
Keep
IT.
them on the third floor down, because I don't think you want to put them in a tower.
Yeah.
Okay. On the
Towers
third
too
floor,
fast, I
on the third floor, you put in installing doors. It's probably the least cost-effective by a lot.
The least cost-effective?
Or more, the most cost-effective. I'm
most
sorry.
okay,
I'm sorry.
okay.
The most
Thank you.
cost-effective.
Total opposite.
Sorry about that. They would be the most cost-effective. It would
And
be the
then
third floor.
putting
and
veteran
then-
services just in the one spot down
Yes,
there
ma'am.
and the other up there.
Yes.
So I'm gonna like throw something out that's gonna be really controversial, but that's okay. It's what I do. Social services is not a statutory department, and I think a lot of what goes on in the city goes on in the county. There's a lot of duplication. So if we're really supposed to be doing social services for those outside of the city limits, and doing for those who aren't serviced by the city, getting the same kind of services, because they have social services, is my understanding. Should we possibly be looking at social services being in an area like the Calderon building, which would be closer to our outlying county areas like Bishop and Agua Dulce and Banquetti and the extraterritorial jurisdiction that aren't covered by those cities? So it's just a throw out, right? Because I get that there's some simpatico between veterans and social services. I can understand that. Sometimes you're helping both with both. So I'm just saying that if we're going to have to move a bunch of people around in the courthouse and do all this, and we have to move doors and cut into HR, cut into the central jury room, the easy one to me is the veterans on the first floor, because that's a statutory office, and one that we definitely are 100% committed to fulfilling our obligations and then some and more. But I think as we're looking at everything that we have to look at going forward with this budget that we're looking at, we have to be conscious of everything. And again, I get that hurts feelings and causes issues, but I mean, this is not the time to play, to placate. This is the time that we have to look at every single solitary thing. If Lisa's numbers are anywhere close to right, we have to be looking at these things. And so I'm just curious as, if maybe putting them somewhere other than in the courthouse would also be good, because we have room in the Calderon building, I would think.
I
It would be
spoke to Rebecca in another meeting as well, and they also have a building out in Robstown. I think that they have a separate building as well.
We have our own office in Robstown,
Yeah.
so I have about half my staff out there and half my staff here.
Right, so I mean, why wouldn't we just, if we've already got half of them there and we've got them at the Calderon, we've got room, if we have room at the Calderon building, and then I'm just, it's,
You can put some in the Calderon building. I don't think the whole staff, but she utilizes the building already in Robstown. And depends on maybe what you call half that you have here at the RTA. That might be feasible to be able to use that.
I have 11 staff
Yeah,
in
11.
this office and 9 staff in that office. And so we can go back and forth a little bit. But my offices are full in my Robstown office.
Right.
But going back to what you're saying, so we're required to take care of indigent burials, and so those come from anywhere within the county, so Corpus or the outlying area also. And we also take care of, the reason we work so well with JJ's office, and not that we have to be right next door to them, I understand what you're saying. We do serve a lot of the same clients, but we also are the ones that spend the money for that grant. So our veterans would go to wherever
You spend the money for the
the
veterans.
TBC grant.
Yes,
Mhm.
okay.
So we work together with that, but my staff is the one that is spending that money. So we also have a CPS worker. That one, we talk about statutorily required. I'm not sure about that. We'll have to check on it, but y'all receive reimbursement for the money that we spend for that. So she's here in this office because she works with the Child Welfare Board and through CPS.
When you say you're spending that veterans grant, why wouldn't JJ be spending that veterans grant if it's a veterans grant?
Because we do the case management.
So what would be the issue if two of you people were assigned to JJ's office?
Yeah, I don't know.
What would be the issue for?
Yeah, would there
Two
be
of
an
your
issue
people were
if
worked out of JJ's
two
office.
people were assigned that handles those grants to JJ's Veterans Office?
I don't know what the problem would be with that. I mean,
But
How
I'm
much
saying-
is that grant that they distribute?
$150,000.
$150,000 annually?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, we apply every year.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't be an issue, right? If two of your staff will work,
Well, I
be
mean,
housed with the veterans.
Oh, housed with him?
Yeah.
Well, I guess depending on where you're going to put them, but
I'm just asking a question, because
so when my caseworker, when they see somebody, say for example he is a veteran, maybe we can use the veteran grant, but maybe the veteran doesn't qualify for that particular grant, so we have to use a different funding source. So that's a whole process we would have to work out with that.
And I
Your
guess, would you have-
services
would you have
grant
more
funded?
room in your Robstown building for more staff?
No, all of our funding is not grant funded. And then what was your question, Commissioner?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Judge, you were talking,
I
I'm
asked
sorry.
if the services they provide, if all of that was grant funded, and it's not.
No, I mean,
It's not.
I think we
fund.
our general fund budget for them is what, a couple million?
With your
500,
three, with your
a little
three
500,000
departments.
in direct client services, which is rent, utilities, food, transportation, indigent burials, and then I have multiple grant funds.
But then your budget, I thought personnel and stuff, your
Yes.
total is about 2 million for your three different departments, yes.
Where is your
Yes.
building in Robstown located?
On the corner of Avenue B and 6th Street, where the old food stamp office used to be, we're right next to the fire department.
Yeah.
They're our neighbor.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that.
Yeah, we've been there since 2005.
And is there more, that was my other question, was there more room out there for staff in case, because I don't mind figuring out a way to, I want to get everybody back in county buildings, but I'm just kind of wondering.
I might be able to, we have a small conference room that could possibly be made into a couple of office spaces.
If you
and
don't,
we have
you
a
don't.
garage.
No, if you don't, you don't. The answer can be no. I mean, I'm just asking, and then I don't know if the Calderon building would be an alternative for, you said some, Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yeah.
Or if you have a garage, is the building worth renovating to put the rest of you in there? You said you have a garage.
I think the
or
problem
is
there
it-
has been the air conditioning with the garage portion. I don't know. We haven't really checked into that.
I think this probably needs to come back.
I mean, again,
when
we got to
look
think
at
outside the box on this one. I mean, I'm with Commissioner Gonzalez. I don't think going to the 5th floor is a good idea for any of them, because I think that's too hard to get everybody in and through there. But, and then I think we need to maybe just look at other facilities if we have to cut too much into other things, because.
So when Juan went over the plans with us, I went to the 3rd floor IT office and looked at it. I mean, there would just be, like I said, we wouldn't need a few doors in there so that when we're interviewing clients, we're not,
Sure.
Yeah.
Violating confidentiality and privacy. But I think we would be able to fit in there with a few modifications.
Right. Then, I mean, I don't want to get the judges involved on that central jury room. That's not a real appealing option to me either, because I know that gets used a lot. But so if we can figure it out where it works on the 3rd floor, works on the 1st floor, that sounds like that would come within the budget that we've already allocated for budgeted funds. And
Or out there, but I think we bring it
Yes,
back.
I'm sorry. Yes, Judge and Commissioners, the only thing in the 3rd floor would just be installing new doors.
Well, you've got a budget. I mean, you've got
Yes,
to,
sir.
we've allocated $400,000 of ARPA funds
sir.
for whatever renovations are needed for both organizations. And so.
400 total.
Total.
Right, right,
Let me be
including
clear.
fees and everything. So y'all got, I mean, to me, if those two areas work and the rest of the court agrees with that, then get us, I guess, get numbers, all right? You're looking for some direction, I would
Yes,
think,
sir.
today, right?
Yes, sir.
So anybody have a,
Yeah, so listening to all this and having worked in social services for a number of years before I came here to the county as commissioner, see the importance of teamwork, team building. I mean, it's not just your caseworkers are assigned a handful of cases. I mean, they're covering for people who are on leave, for vacancies. I mean, you need that point of synergy where everyone is connected. I mean, I know that you are going to try to work with what's given, right? I know that that's just what our county staff does. It's, issues come up and they try to bend with it. My concern would be is I think first floor makes the most sense. Now, if it goes into office space, then perhaps that's something if the offices, if you can have several kind of private offices and maybe some common area where you can provide workers, maybe not with a dedicated office or a cubicle, but some space where you can go in and connect, because I know nowadays a lot of people are more mobile or need to be. Maybe that's a way to work around the office space. But for me personally, I think for the access of getting our veterans community in, getting those that need social services, that the first floor makes the most sense. It's the easiest to access. You're in through the main doors. You take your right immediately down the hallway, and then you can get everything that you need. And just because Public Works and Social Services and Veteran Services hadn't been joined together, married prior, I think that it had worked, right? I think the only reason why we even looked at this issue, or at least the reason why I supported this, was because of the pay that we were putting into rent when we felt that we had office space here. And so that's why I supported it. But my mindset was always to have you work together, because you do complement each other, because you're able to utilize staff to kind of cover for those needs. So that would be my greatest concern, is one, that we don't separate y'all at all by any floors, that we find the floor plan that best works out. And so if we have to cut in the jury room, I mean, I haven't, knock on wood, I'm not saying to anybody, I know next Monday I'm going to look in the mail, I'm going to get a jury service summons, but I haven't been called in quite a while. But my recollections have been prior COVID. I walk by and I see people outside, but it's not the same amount, in my opinion. The judges would know better how many people are actually utilizing the entire central jury room, right? How much are we talking? Is it a small section? Are we filling up like the days prior to our new notification system where, hey, when I do get that thing, I call up and I know where to go to, when to go to it immediately. It's not like this, everybody shows up on Mondays or Wednesdays or whatever. So with all that taken into consideration, I would wait. I would want to find out what the judges have to say if there is just a small space. But Rebecca, I would ask, if there's a way that you can design this or come up with a design with Juan to say we can do the same with less space, then I would suggest to take that. I think that that's probably the best move. Now, y'all may say, no, third floor works best for us. I just think getting people in and out, elevators, thankfully, once again, knock on wood, you've done great work on that one and getting us to where we need to be compared to previous years. But just to get people in and out, I'm thinking first floor is the best spot, in my opinion, right? What do I know? But I get a chance to voice my opinion today, so that's why I'm sharing it. But if you think that this works, that first floor is the best, and if you can maybe do some common areas without everybody having an individual office, I prefer just to take that win, hopefully that quick win, and be done with it, rather than just to try to find maybe the best fit for everyone to have an office.
I think I can speak for JJ to this too. I mean, we would ideally like to be on the first floor because of that we work together and we can serve our clients right there on the first floor. I will say that I've been in this situation before, right? So I've been here when we did move out. So you will have more just so that you're aware, more traffic on the third floor. You know, our lobby, at the time when we were here, didn't accommodate our clients waiting, so that's why you have that railing out there, because our clients wait in the area out here. So just so you know that, I mean, we would love to be able to work something out on the first floor. I think it will come down to cost, and that decision will be up to y'all.
Cost and approval by the judges. It's like
Well,
we're not
and that's what I'm
yeah,
saying is
yeah,
if
working
you-
together with everyone.
If you don't
Yes.
have to cut into the space where the judges need to weigh in,
Exactly.
and it helps reduce costs, because I can imagine it's going to reduce some price on construction or lack of construction, then come up with a plan that maybe it's a modification, a hybrid of this first floor design, and it saves money. And it keeps you all together, it saves money, it's better access for the client base that you serve. That's all I'm suggesting. If not, then you've already kind of heard the majority of court weigh in on what their thoughts are. And I just think, from a service perspective, access, first floor in and out is much better, so.
And Commissioner Gonzalez, I mean, there is a wall right there in that plan.
Central jury, no,
For
I'm
the,
talking about central-
the sectional.
And-
I don't
I'm talking about
disagree.
the central jury room. If you do a wall across the door where you come in, because that back corner, nobody uses the back corner. Where you are right now, that, as you come into the central jury from the back door, that could be a wall.
I think that's what the plan has.
I don't disagree with anything John said, so if y'all can make something work
If we
that
make
doesn't
it
make the
work,
judges
then-
mad, cut off the central
And
jury
working
room and be
together
on the
and not
first floor.
overstepping without including the judges.
No doubt, first
asking
floor is
their
going to be
opinion,
better
yes.
for you.
Excuse me, one. At one time, a few months back, maybe a year ago, we discussed about utilizing the space that's towards the snack bar area,
Yes, sir.
to your right-hand side. I think you had brought up, maybe you,
We looked into that one, Commissioner, and it's not enough space to
Not enough
facilitate 11 offices, no, sir.
okay,
It's too small.
all right, thank you.
And there's no vote, that's just a direction given to you, so we don't need to vote on anything or do anything. Thank you both.
Well, for what it's worth,
good
I
luck.
think John's right. If you can get them all on the first floor and not kill the central jury room, and the judges are okay with it, and it comes within the budget,
We'll talk to the, to
yeah,
the
first
judge.
floor is better.
To just to talk to the judges to see if they will agree to?
Yeah.
Sure,
'cause-
okay.
Well, I mean, or, I don't, like what John suggested, come up with a hybrid. I don't know. I mean, be
Yeah.
creative and
Try to come up with a
show the judges something that's not going to,
Disrupt
tick them
their
off. But I think the
service,
first floor is definitely better for them, no question.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that, too.
It'd be great to keep them together.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. Thank
Okay,
you, Commissioner.
thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you,
it.
one.
I think it's 12:30, and I was going to break for executive session, but I need to have a unanimous vote first that we can discuss in closed session the section on item A, closed section for the Texas Government Code to deliberate business and financial issues related to the collective bargaining contract. If I could get a motion and a second that we can discuss that as per our attorney, I need a unanimous vote.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That was unanimous. No one is opposed. That's all I needed to do on that, right? Jeff?
That's correct. There's
Yes.
also a letter that's going to need to be signed, Judge.
Before we go into executive, or can I go into executive now?
You could go ahead and go into executive, but that letter needs to be signed before you start your discussion.
Does anybody have the letter for me to sign?
Yes.
I haven't seen it. If someone, I have, oh, do I just sign? It doesn't have a signature line. Just sign on this?
Yeah, I think it needs to be signed. Hang on just a second.
It just says we recommend a unanimous vote. We
That's
did the
correct.
vote.
That's
It
the only
doesn't say
thing.
anything about signing anything.
Yeah, just to receiving the opinions from
Right.
the outside counsel and
I
the
mean, I'll
county
sign
attorney.
on this if you want me to, if you'll need this record, but,
It'd be better just sign the letter.
yeah. I don't have a signature line, but I can sign like I do on everything else, just at the top of the page, so there was a unanimous vote.
I'll put the date down there, Judge.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do you
yeah,
want this?
That's fine.
I just put the date in the, my name at the top, so. Adair, you want to take this to him, please? Okay, so then it is 12:30 and executive session public notices given that the Commissioners Court may elect to go into an executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. To the extent there has been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session, the public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda items in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer in accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087. The Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in an executive session. Item A, closed session pursuant to Section 551.0725 Texas Government Code to deliberate business and financial issues related to a collective bargaining contract being negotiated between the county and Nueces County Sheriff Officers Association pursuant to Section 174 Texas Local Government Code and related matters. Item B, discuss legalities of Nueces County Medical Examiner's contract and related matters. Texas Government Code 551.071. Item C, consult with legal in regards to what personnel has badge access to Commissioners Court offices and County Judge's Office. Texas Government Code 551.076. Item D, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters relating to status of contract negotiations of county bank depository agreement and county and district clerk county registry funds bank depository agreement with Frost Bank pursuant to Texas Local Government Code 116.021 and 117.021, Texas Government Code 551.071, and deliberate contract negotiations of the bank depository agreements, Texas Government Code 551.0725. How I got through that, I don't know. So it is 12:33, and we are now in executive. Back into open session after executive session. While we were out, I will bring up from executive item B, and while we were out, we did receive a resignation from Dr. Fagan on his position. I think, do we have?
Judge, I would make a motion to accept the resignation tendered by Dr. Fagan.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of accepting the resignation of Dr. Fagan, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
And Judge, I believe that was effective immediately, so I need to amend that motion. Sorry.
Amend my second.
Just to be clear.
Just to be clear, the motion and second was amended to be clear that that was effective immediately. And all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes.
Judge, based on that action too, I would make a motion pending the acceptance that Dr. Cannon be appointed as the temporary medical examiner so that the office does not go without, and that would be effective, I guess, tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yes.
Second.
And we're waiting for a response back from him, but I feel like they will get in touch with him today. But we have a motion and a second to appoint Dr. Cannon as the interim director of the medical examiners, interim medical examiner. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. Thank you very much. And another action item from executive session is C on the personnel badge access to Commissioner's Court offices and the County Judge's office. And I think Commissioner Gonzalez, you had a motion.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to eliminate all access to Commissioner's Court area except for elected officials that house in the courthouse and Commissioner's Court staff.
And that, you mean badge access, right?
Badge access
Right.
to.
And obviously the commissioners and the judge. Second.
Discussion?
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
We have a motion and a second. Yes, discussion. I'm sorry, Commissioner Morales.
I just, my concern with this would be, leave the recommendations up to the person who's in charge of security for the courthouse. I would rather the sheriff look at that first, and if that could be incorporated into the motion, I would fully support it, but I do have concern with us coming up with a list. I mean, I think so many people are going to be justified in being able to have access, and I think we're kind of going the opposite direction as far as having access to our offices, but I think we have to have some reasonable accountability to protect our elected officials in various offices. They can't just totally be open, but I would want the sheriff to be able to weigh in on this, so if that could be included, I would support that. Or is there reasoning not to?
I mean, I don't think he weighs in on the fact that I can't get into the auditor's office or that I can't get into other people's offices. I don't even think we needed to make a motion on this today. I think we could have done it on our own, but.
I would rather.
Work it on our
I
own
think
with
just work it out.
some.
I don't think we need to take action then.
No, I'm saying, but we have to give direction to the person who issues the badges, and that's what I'm saying. I mean,
Call for the question.
Yeah, I'm good with my motion. I mean,
No, he doesn't want to amend his motion, and he has a second on it. And and as per discussion as well, I am opposed to badges, period. I think we're in a public building, and it should be public access. When I was in Austin at the Capitol, people didn't have to have badges. They were able, it's their building. This is not our building. It is the people's building. That being said, my staff feels better with the door locked, and I will vote for this just because of that, but I don't agree with this policy at all.
Judge, but just for the record, since and I don't mean to disagree with you, and I appreciate your support, the Capitol has security.
They have security, but you can walk into the Capitol with a gun everywhere.
But you can't get in without, but you can't get in without going through security. We
Yes.
don't have that in our area. That's the reason that's added, because you can.
But you can go through security. You can have a CHL and walk in with a gun in the Capitol with security. Here, we do have it in the other courtrooms. Here, on this side, it is total access.
Right, but we don't have security on the first 3 floors. Everybody else does. We don't have any. So it is different to.
I'll agree to disagree, but.
That's fine, but I can't get
I
into the
will do
Capitol
this,
without going
yeah.
through security. I can't get into any office in that Capitol without going through security
Walk into the
first.
Capitol with a gun.
But I have to go through security and I have to have a CHL.
You know, I can't go to somebody's office too and just walk in and talk to them. I got a sign and they might tell me to wait. I'll wait for 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine.
You know. But anyway.
As I said, I'm going to vote for this today because my staff feels better with it.
Call for
So,
the question.
yes. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
No.
4 ayes, 1 no. Yes, thank you. I'm going back, and everything that we have skipped.
Judge, I had another motion on that issue.
Oh, sorry, I forgot about the other
That's
motion.
okay.
Yes.
The other motion would be that the garage, the garage parking would also have limited access to those who have parking spots in the garage and 1 designee from each of their staffs.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to limit access to the parking garage to only those with parking spaces and 1 designee from that person that has a parking space. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Now, going back, are we clear? Item number 4, discuss and consider out-of-county autopsies and, it's 3A4, the regular agenda. Discuss and consider out-of-county autopsies and any related matters. Let me get back to there.
That,
I think this was yours too.
yeah,
Yes.
I put it on, but the discussion there is, as we've seen with the financial analysis that has been previously provided, we as a county are not currently making money on that. We have a great deal of exposure and liability when we do out-of-county autopsies, as has been advised by our counsel, that if one of those goes awry, then certainly we as Nueces County are going to be included in that. Our statutory duty is only to Nueces County. That's the law. We certainly don't want to leave anybody hanging, and we would want to give, I would want to give, proper notice. But at the same time, with the fact that we don't currently make money on this, and in fact, with the liability exposure, it makes it very difficult to understand why we would want to continue to do that. It forces us, based on the financial analysis that we saw, to have a third medical examiner because of the number of out-of-counties that we do. With our current situation, based on the resignation tendered by Dr. Fagan, and we have 2 very outstanding doctors there now, if we eliminate the out-of-county autopsies, then we will be limiting our exposure. We will not be forced to hire a third doctor, and we will be serving Nueces County residents in a statutory manner that we're supposed to do. So that's kind of where I'm starting the discussion, and if anyone agrees or disagrees, please let me know, and let's hash it out, because I think it's time to kind of make a decision on that, especially with what just occurred a few minutes ago. We definitely want to make a decision on that. I think.
I agree with you, given the information we received before and the cost and the liability and I mean, I think that it needs to stop.
And it is only dealing with autopsies, not with the agreement. I mean, like we split the 60-40.
It's eliminating them.
It's 11.
So in other words, my motion would
90
be.
days notice to
Right.
eliminate out-of-county.
Second.
I agree to eliminate 60-40, 90-10, whatever it is, everything.
No, I'm saying eliminate. We don't do
We don't do
out-of-county.
out-of-county, 90
So
days
then
notice.
there's no worry about a split because it's gone.
Yeah,
Right.
it's gone.
So the motion would be to contingent upon whatever the agreements are with the out-of-county counties that we have. Right. The motion would be to eliminate those based on that, and I believe there's a 90-day provision in that clause that we would let those counties know that we are eliminating those MOUs and eliminating out-of-county
autopsies. That would be the motion. So.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion on that?
How many counties does this impact?
We have 18 MOUs is what was reported in the closed session. I don't know how many we get, how many counties give them and how many there are, but he said there were 18.
We would, and I think he told us we would have to, whatever the contract says, we would give our 90-day notice or something to let them know that we wouldn't be continuing. And I think given the financial situation that the county is in and understanding from the previous report that we got at the last Commissioner's Court and the cost to the county, I think this is beneficial for us right now. It's prudent for us to be very responsible in this situation.
And I think that the problem with this was just the pay scale,
yes.
the structure that we've had created for years, if not decades, and it was to supplement the probably medical examiner, 2 prior medical examiners now. And that's why that split was put in there. I always hoped that we could restructure that. I liked what was presented by Forrest to us. I think it was the last Commissioners Court meeting where other counties look at rolling any, I don't want to call it profit, but anything above operating costs back into the operating expenses. And I think that was probably the model we probably could have explored more. But I understand when we're in a budget crunch and we need to look at every way we can save. I do want us to explore this in the future, maybe as we get better footing. But I think now that we've done this, we potentially sent 18 counties scrambling, and I'm sure the private sector will come in and maybe cover this. I don't know if the larger counties in our region will cover this, because that's why we had been approached by so many different smaller counties. But I agree it's something that we have to take on now, but I would like for us to explore in the future, if there's still a demand for it, that we look at changing any kind of contract structure like that to roll back into the operating expenses so it can kind of have a return on investment and you're replenishing what's being put in. Because I think that was the biggest struggle that many of us probably had, was that Nueces County was not really making much to cover those expenses, and that's what was really hurting our budget. Had we been able to capitalize that money back into a general fund or even a specific fund, then the medical examiner's office itself could have paid for itself, or a good chunk of it. But I think that's the problem where we're at. So I totally support this measure.
And I agree with your thoughts on bringing it back up, because I would like to, in the future, readdress this sometime. Yeah.
I don't.
Any
Judge,
other comments? Yes,
with everything that's been
Hernandez?
said, I also agree with our decision. I don't know how far back this has been going on, where that 60-40, how far back it goes. But I also think that it was done to give the medical examiners at that time help their pay. Okay, so if we can do without it, because it wasn't being at this time, it wasn't being beneficial to taxpayers or to the county. So I support this decision.
And I would assume that this goes without saying that in any emergency, as with our surrounding counties, we would all help each other out in those kind of times, whether we have these or not. So, yes. So we have a motion and a second to suspend out of county autopsies, giving notice to those counties and plenty of time. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. I would like to report to the court also that Dr. Kanan has accepted the temporary position. I have gotten notice that he has said he would take that. There is another request from Dr. Fagan, and I would ask our county attorney if I could bring that up, or can we do that now, or do we need to negotiate that later?
Actually, this particular item.
It's on the executive item on his contract that we already voted on to accept his resignation.
Yeah, anything y'all talked about in executive, I think you could make a motion based on that, but not on number 4.
Well, we made a motion, that's on, but this is, I want to go back to his then. he is asking for something. Can I bring that up? Or do we need to come back?
Do we need to go back?
I mean, we accepted his resignation. Do we have to bring it back up? Or can we just discuss any more out here, or what do I do?
I think that in light of the circumstances, you can probably bring it up since that area was discussed
We've already
in
discussed it,
executive.
and we have already accepted it, but he is asking about the ability, since he has resigned as of today, but now he is asking if he can finish the autopsies that he has started, his outstanding cases. Do we want to discuss that, or do we want to suggest that, or just leave it up to Dr. Kanan to finish those, or any conversations, guys?
It's up to you, Judge. She said you can bring it up if you want to.
I brought it up. I'm asking y'all. I don't know what we
I
do.
I think, Judge, if you look back to our previous stand, a little over a year ago, year and a half ago, and prior to that, every time that you have a transition for medical examiners, you always hear them wanting to finish their work because many don't want to come in and take over. Now, we did find some in that rare circumstance the last time we were here, which was you have to pay a pretty hefty amount to get somebody to come and clean up. Now, our current or acting interim may do that, but that was what we heard from
I
the
think
industry.
we would need to
Now,
hear
that was a little
back
bit more
and-
complex
yeah.
because there was a lot of allegations that ended up going to court or possibly in court, so maybe that was why. But that would be my biggest worry is I mean, this doesn't seem, I mean, to
What
me,
is he
this is
at?
not
Tell me what-
adversarial.
What is it?
So I'm just, I mean,
Well,
I
I'm
don't
not-
remember how much.
No,
was
but
still-
what is he, I don't,
He's asking to finish these cases that he's done.
I'd like the opportunity to finish my outstanding cases with the medical examiner's office. But does that mean just paperwork? Outstanding cases can
How
last a
many? I
long
don't-
time
yeah, I
if
don't know
they're
what that
coming to
means.
court or finishing.
I think we could
I
put
think
that
we would
on
have
for-
to let Dr. Cannon let Dr. Cannon decide on that, maybe,
or let,
yeah.
I think the answer
Come
is,
to
the
us
answer
with
is
a report.
probably, it's not an unreasonable request.
I agree.
But you're right, we've just appointed an interim, so we should put it back on the agenda and let him come forward with a plan to do that. I'm not, because I don't know,
Can I make a motion then that we put this, I know we have budget workshop, but can we have this one item on Monday, the 14th?
With our budget.
No.
That's the 17th.
That's the 17th.
Oh, okay.
So.
Yes, I'm fine.
It's a suggestion, I don't
That's a
know if
good
that's
suggestion.
the next best day to meet.
I think it'd be up to Dr. Cannon to decide.
He could probably come back on a contract basis to finish it up like we did with the,
We can do it.
Do we know how many
I don't
cases
know.
we're talking about?
Yeah, that's what I don't know. Let's let Dr.
That's what we need to come back
I would second
in.
John's motion to put this on as a one agenda item for the budget workshop on Monday, to let Dr. Kanan come back and tell us what he thinks we need to do. Would that be okay? Is that what you're
That's
saying,
great.
John?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yes.
I second John's motion on that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to, I guess you have that down. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign.
We're putting it on for the 14th. We have a budget workshop on the 14th. That was John's motion that I seconded. Uh-huh. That's what we're doing on the 17th also.
We haven't posted for the 14th yet, so she can add an item to bring it back.
We're going to post it, Kara.
We haven't posted
Why would
yet.
that be unusual? I don't understand.
We add items every day in there in the office, yeah.
No,
It's like-
because this is only a budget workshop, so he's
It
saying
would
that he
be a
wants to add it as
regular
an action item.
Action item in a regular session, I
Yes.
guess, and the rest
A
of it
one-item
would
agenda.
be a workshop, but
Yes,
yeah,
a
one item
one-item
agenda.
agenda.
Yes,
Yes, yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Yes.
Not 10.
No, not 10, one, yes. Okay, moving on to purchasing, item number 1. Discuss and consider adopting order to authorize and approve the method of procurement, and Michael, you are there for real estate brokerage services. Yes, sir.
Yes, so my understanding is that we have some projects in the ARPA drainage that require a procurement of land to complete certain aspects of that. And so to that end, we're requesting permission to put out an RFP so that we can hire that real estate person to help us with that land procurement. We've vetted it with the county attorney's office and just recommend approval.
Second, discussion, Judge?
Yes.
So is this all encompassing, or is this on specific projects?
I'm not aware of what the specific projects are. I believe it's going to be like a master agreement, so then you can work authorization this person onto whatever
Different
specific
properties,
acquisitions you need to do, and we'll
Starting
bring those
with-
back
start-
on a case-by-case.
Perfect.
It started with my project, Commissioner, but, you know, see, if we're gonna hire him, anybody that needs him's gonna be able to use it.
That's
Perfect.
no, perfect.
Good.
Good.
Good for the
I was just wondering if we have to keep coming back every time, so that's perfect. Thank you.
Question?
Go ahead.
And this
Yes,
is
sir.
on C1, correct? I'm still finishing up something else. This is on C1, on the real estate? Yeah. So the only change that I'd like to make on this is to not have a committee and not designate this one and let the court pick this one. Because that would, if that's okay with, I know this was your item, Commissioner Gonzalez, if you're okay with.
Sure, I don't have a problem with that.
Just do the RFP or whatever we're doing and then let the court be the designee and not a committee. So that would be my motion to amend.
My motion to amend. Who seconded?
We have a motion. Who made the motion, and are you accepting the amendment? A motion and a second to amend?
Oh, go ahead. My bad.
No.
Had somebody already made a motion?
I made the motion.
He made the motion, and Hernandez did it, so he needs to accept your motion, your amendment
So
to
you're okay
his
with mine?
motion.
Right, that's, okay.
Yes, that's
Thank
what I
you.
was trying to get at. Yeah,
Sorry,
sorry.
that's me too. I didn't, I'm sorry, that's my bad.
So, and you're still seconding, right, Commissioner Hernandez? Or you seconded, Commissioner Modis? Yes, sorry. Everybody's, we have a motion by Commissioner Gonzalez and seconded by Commissioner Modis.
Well, actually, I think that's what I had to do is I had to, as amended.
He accepted yours as
Okay,
amended,
perfect.
yes.
Thank you. That's fine.
Well, I asked him before we moved forward, so.
So just so I understand it, it's like the other project where you're not delegating the selection authority.
Correct.
Right, you're just retaining
Yes,
it.
you're just retaining it.
Okay.
Yes. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes.
Okay, note for the county clerk, we'll have to rewrite that order. We'll take care of that.
If you got it, that's good. Item number 2, discuss and consider recommending to reject all bids for RFP 3225, Administration of Nueces County Colonia Self-Help.
Yes, Judge, on this one, we conducted a proposal opening on July 6th. We didn't receive any interest.
So moved.
And so we're just asking for the alternate procedures when we receive no bids.
And you're
I'll be
allowed to
working- I'll
select
be working
anybody
with-
after
I'll be-
that.
Yeah, I'll be
Yes.
working with Edward on trying to find
Yes.
a suitable person
And
to
that's
bring
what
back
the
to the
law
court.
allows when you don't accept any.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
Question, Judge.
Yes, please.
So that, with that recommendation, Michael, does it, I guess it has, is it required for a nonprofit to have bid and no one did, and now what is it still require a nonprofit, or is that something that could be put in-house?
Well, I mean, it's up to the court as to how y'all want to do this. I believe this program could be done internal to the county if there were people designated to perform that work.
Yeah. I mean, to me, I mean, a lot of the services that we do with Colonia, any work for Colonia, especially self-help center, self-help program, you know, we just had social services, and I knew they had a lot of staff, and I don't want to throw it on Rebecca because she's not here, but maybe just something for consideration, Judge, to see what their workloads are like. Or, I mean, I don't want to start naming departments, but I'm sure we can find maybe someone that might be willing to be able to do that. I just worry because it's such a great program, and it took us so long to get that $500,000 allocated, and it just doesn't go well for us that we didn't have anybody apply and then to just stagnate more on this. So I would rather want to push it through, and everyone's plate is full, but maybe they're the first ones we ask internally, and then if not, then maybe get creative and whatever else your provisions are. But that's why I was asking, just for clarification on that.
Yeah, so if I was to give a recommendation, I might recommend that you give me this authority to do alternate procurement procedures. If we find out that it can be satisfied in another means, then I just don't bring back anything to consider, you know, on this path. But at least you give me this path. So if the other internal support does not materialize, then I can still revert back to this, and we don't have to come back to court.
Good. Thank you. All right. That's good.
We need a motion for that?
No, I
You're
think
gonna
y'all,
add? Yeah.
I don't need to add.
No,
No, that
not
was
that.
more
I'm not sure we
clarification.
wanna go that far.
It was more clarification, sure.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Item number 3, discuss and consider conditional selection of Patil, Brown, and Hill LLP for auditing services. And that's who we have had before that.
Yes, this is our current provider. The selection committee recommends selection of Patil, Brown, and Hill LLP. For this service, expense will be paid by user department budgeted funds. County auditor recommends approval. And then upon selection approval, the county auditor will negotiate with the vendor on an agreement for price and terms, and will return to Commissioners Court at a later date for the court approval of the final agreement. So right now, we're just recommending the court to authorize selection of Patil, Brown, and Hill. To
Make the
continue as our
motion
auditing
to
service
authorize the
provider.
selection.
So, Mike, are you saying selection of this firm here?
Yes.
Yes. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Maybe not.
Second.
Okay.
Sorry.
We have a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
No.
Aye.
I'm a no.
Any opposed? I'm sorry. Did you say no? Sorry. Yeah. Item number 4, discuss and consider authorizing entry of a purchase order in the amount of $519,519. $279 to be paid by ARPA funds. This is just changing who the check is made out to, because apparently the contractor who we purchased this with, the check can only be made out to a person who builds the chassis or something.
That's correct.
Yes, so it is just changing the name. This has already been approved in previous order.
Yeah, this was made
Purchase
at the
was
request
made,
of the
yes.
ARPA manager, just to be fully transparent, because when the court originally approved it, it was for Texas Pack and Load ER Sales Incorporated. When we attempted to place the PO under that, they informed us that we couldn't order it from them. It had to be from the chassis manufacturer, which was Longhorn, and Longhorn is a party of the 3-party agreement, and so we're bringing this to court so that we have full transparency.
This is because the law requires a chassis to be titled and licensed under there, so I'll make the motion to approve this.
And just so the court knows, this is, the minutes are important because that's the backup that we'll need for Treasury, to explain what happened here.
Mm-hmm.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve this change and who the check would be made out to. All those, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Moving on to the auditors. Item D, receive calculations, and this is just receiving what we received earlier, the no new revenue tax rate, the voter-approved tax rate, and the fund balances for Nueces County. Go ahead, Lisa.
Good afternoon, Court.
We've already gone through
yeah,
everything,
we've already
all
done
the numbers, yes. We just have
I
to
can't
have a
remember ever
motion.
doing it as a workshop and then having the agenda item again.
The same.
Do I
We're different and special.
Yes.
do we need
We've
to
already gone
restate
through it.
everything? Why don't we just get to the actual
That
rates, and I'll
last-
just read
last
those
page.
rates again? And I will also give the county clerk the revised information so that she'll have the correct to attach to the agenda. Does that sound good? Thank you so much. All right, so last year's, or the current year's, 22-23 adopted tax rate for the general fund was .246159. The debt service rate was .042069. The road fund was .003431 for a total adopted tax rate of .291659. The no new revenue rate, given the taxable values approved and still under dispute, calculated the general fund at .199735, the debt service fully funded at .037676, and the road fund at .002842 for a total new revenue tax rate, of .240253. I'm sorry, Connie, I'm on page 5 of that first attachment that I gave you from this morning. I apologize.
It's okay, we've already been through it this morning.
And
We're just
then the
receiving
voter
it.
approved tax rate for Nueces County. General fund,
Wrong one.
page 6. That's page 13. There we go. Oh, page 5, I'm sorry. All right. The voter approved tax rate, which is a 3.5% increase over the no new revenue rate as prescribed by statute. The general fund is 0.212160. The debt service, again fully funded, is 0.037676, and the road fund is 0.002919 for a total voter approved tax rate of 0.252755. Any rate exceeding the voter approved tax rate would require an election. The hospital district's calculations, last year's adopted rate is 0.098846. The no new revenue rate is 0.081963, and the voter approved tax rate, and that's 8%, is 0.089272. It's 8% above the no new revenue rate, and that is the tax ceiling for which you can't adopt a higher rate without an election. Does anybody have any questions about the tax rate calculations as prepared and submitted during workshop this morning and rediscussed just now?
No, and we don't have to vote on
There's
anything.
no
We're just
vote.
accepting it. Yes.
It's just a formal receiving of those tax rate calculations.
Fine. Thank you very much again, Lisa. Item D2, discuss and consider authorizing and approving a letter of engagement renewal amendment number 2 with Collier, Johnson, and Woods. And I think this is part of the contract we had used them with the ARPA-related funds. And Jeff, are you the one going to talk about this? Are they necessary, or are you asking for us to continue, or?
The current agreement is set to expire on September 30th of 2023. This renewal is the second and the last one. It's a one-year renewal under this contract, extending the expiration date to September 30th of 2024. The recommendation is to authorize and approve the renewal letter of engagement renewal amendment number 2 with Collier, Johnson, Woods, PC for the certified public accountant for assistance with the administration of the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funds, extending the expiration date to 9/30 of 2024. The expense is not to exceed the $250,000, and that remains unchanged for this renewal. The contract has been reviewed by the county attorney for legal sufficiency, and our office does recommend the approval. Does anyone have any additional questions?
I do too.
The county attorney was also reviewing one for Grant Works, and they were going back and forth on the agreement, on the percentage. What's the agreement on this one here? What percentage are they looking at?
They have a fee they charge, and it seems like we just paid like a minimal $130 or something fee not too long ago.
We
So
actually,
I'm
I
not
believe,
sure that
just
they
had
have
one
even
on the
invoiced
agenda
us,
for.
or we've even used them for a while.
We actually
it's
just
this
had
court,
one on
yes.
the agenda
Uh-huh.
for Commissioners Court in the special motions this morning. It was $137.50.
That's why I thought it was 130 or something. but,
It's.
yeah. What do they do, or why are you saying you need them still?
That was for a half hour of consulting. They review and provide consulting and additional guidance on an as-needed basis.
I just know we're getting down to the end of these ARPA funds, and we have taken a lot of these back. I'm not, nothing against Collier. I appreciate what they've done, but with an invoice only 137, and we are almost allocated all of our funds to anything. The only thing we're doing is retracting any high-risk ones. I'm not really sure we need to spend any more money on a third person looking over something we have 2 people looking at right now already.
Well, although we are losing, unfortunately, our attorney
I
on
know,
this.
I'm looking at Jeff when I'm
I
saying
know,
this,
I'm
yes.
like, thanks a lot, Jeff, leave us hanging, buddy.
But he's leaving good notes, and we're going to have somebody replacing him.
Okay, all right, as long as that's happening.
So they're reviewing our financial reporting for compliance and ensuring that
That
we're
part,
in,
okay.
that we're in financial compliance. They're providing additional guidance as necessary for the,
So you anticipate these fees to be a lot higher than in the future, once we start these projects and start having a lot of reports we have to do?
yes, right now our
'Cause
financial
right now it
reports.
looks ridiculous.
Yes.
Why are we even renewing a contract we just paid $130 for? We can probably do without.
Don't encourage them to spend money, Judge.
I'm not.
Just playing.
They're billing us for their time, and right now there's not a significant time contribution, and
I think we ought to renew it as a matter of caution,
I
personally.
agree
mean,
with
and someone
that
needs to
in
make sure
mind,
they're
but
not,
for-
you know,
yes.
that as long as nobody thinks they're duplicating, then that's fine, but, I mean,
I just
obviously.
didn't think we had any services that they were doing, so I
I
agree.
mean, I don't think,
Yeah.
I mean, so, whatever y'all want to do.
No, I agree with you on that point, and given the knowledge that it's more now for the reporting, and since we are starting so many jobs and so many things are going to be going on at the same time, and there's so many reports that are going to be due, this is probably when when we really need them, and we really need to start utilizing something like that. That being said, I think they're already familiar with this and already using this, so I would make the
That's
motion
correct.
to continue, yeah. I need a second, though.
And there's nothing to do with the CDBG? Sorry.
No, this
No.
is just ARPA. This is just the ARPA that they've been doing, so.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. And the motion passes. Thank you. Item number 3, discuss and consider authorizing and approving change order number 2 to the contract with All Right Solutions for Enterprise Resource Planning Software.
This is the recommendation, or the recommendation is to authorize and approve change order number 2 to the contract with Alight Solutions for the enterprise resource planning software and replacement of time clocks in order to add automated Workday supported software services to execute the testing phases of Workday deployment. This change order has been reviewed by the county attorney for legal sufficiency. The request is for a $41,000 Alight change order to be funded via the unallocated interest revenues in 1921-0000, the 2016 COs. The county auditor does recommend the approval for this request.
And this
Do
would
you
be,
have any questions?
This would be $19,000 a year for 9 years. Is that what my notes say?
So there's 2 different portions of this. There's the contract currently that is, well, and both are attached to the agenda. There's the Alight change order number 2. That's going to have, on it, there is the banking and settlements for a check customization. That's a one-time fee of $36,000. It was on our statement of work. The Workday delivered product provides a one-sided check. We currently are utilizing a two-sided check that uses our existing folded check stock. In order to switch to use their out-of-the-box form, we would have to buy an additional piece of equipment that cost approximately $75,000. The cost to develop the two-sided check to utilize the equipment that we currently have in place is, what did I just say, $36,000, one-time only fee. And so it was pretty much a no-brainer. Keep the equipment we
41,
have,
the
just develop
19
the
is
software.
after that, so yes. Okay.
Then the recruiting, there's an e-verification system and Workday integration that would be developed. And again, that's a one-time cost of $5,000. That's going to be utilizing, Tim is here if you wanted to hear from him, because it is for recruiting. It's an integration that verifies the federal government e-verify Social Security number matches the name on the Social Security card and the card is not fraudulent.
Fine, yes.
The SMS messaging would be the order with Workday. That's the reoccurring cost of the $19,118, and that's for messaging via recruiting. It sends out text messages, and that had been requested by HR. This option was desired because even with the prevalence of smartphones, text messaging, tends to be seen and responded to by candidates more rapidly than emails. And also future candidates will need to have an email account in order to apply for jobs, and not all candidates currently have emails on their phones, and so they might not have the application available. Does anybody have any additional questions? And that portion, the $19,118, is on the separate attachment that's through Workday. And we just wanted for transparency purposes, for you to see that there's an Alight development component, and then there's a Workday component for each item. It's just they don't happen to overlap this time. And then there are several items that are on the Alight change order that are being provided free of charge, but they're getting added into our statement of work. Does anybody have any additional questions?
No? Nothing? Anybody else? I'll make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. And any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Moving on to approving budget change order 19.
Thank you. I respectfully submit budget change order 19 for your consideration and approval. All items are of a routine budgetary nature. Essentially, they're just moving funds between community services, the Hilltop Community Service, and the building itself. Law Library is reallocating funds to cover a new contract that was recently implemented, and then Inland Parks is also reallocating funds to cover existing shortages. If you don't have any questions, I respectfully request the approval of budget change order 19.
Could you repeat that again on Hilltop?
Okay, so there are two, if you happen to look at the change order attachment, there are two different departments that are called Hilltop Community Center. You have the building itself, Department 1590, that is for the building, and then you have the services that are provided at that building, the community services, it's under social services. That's the Hilltop Community Center also. They're reallocating money from the services to the building for equipment and vehicle maintenance and repairs. Then they're also reallocating funding as necessary within the community services building. And on the supporting documentation, there's a justification from Edward for all of those changes that are requested.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Does anybody else have any additional questions?
You mentioned something about the library.
The library. They are balancing the key code for the Westlaw Internet, the TLC subscription, and a conference charge. So they're reallocating funds from other services and charges down to the professional services to cover those three items.
They've been in the red for a long time.
They are in the red. That's correct.
Why do we keep carrying them? They're always in the red. And either we fund them or we just go, take it off. I mean, that's what I see. I mean, I won't be able to.
So for Law Library, I will attempt to speak on behalf of Ms. Ida Garza. The revenues during COVID had reduced. I believe that there were fewer cases being filed with the district clerk, that was a fee that's being charged by the district. The majority of the revenue for the law library is obtained via a fee that's collected whenever cases are filed with the district clerk. It's one of the court costs that's collected.
I don't know how I'm going to blame COVID for a lot of this stuff, but
the expenses exceed the revenue.
They're charging us for the shots already, so, I'm just saying, at one point, we just got to make up our mind what we're going to do. We're going to carry them, or we're going to just, take it off, because, we had a library before that we weren't paying nothing for. It was, anybody could use it.
Lisa, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Just a second. Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry, Commissioner
So-
Gonzalez was
So,
finished.
you know, I just, I think that, Judge, we just need to look at it and say,
I think that's something
And
that
I
will be
think-
brought up in our budget
and I
meetings
saw that on the
next,
list.
so, yeah.
Yes,
So-
sir.
And- But
Okay.
this is already a transfer paying for something we've already done or used?
That's
or
correct.
fixed, So I would make the motion to pass.
I just want to ask, were they in the red before COVID?
Their expenses exceeded their revenues. However, the amount that the expenses exceeded the revenues have grown. And I can provide an analysis for that if you would like, a multi-year review of
I would
the,
assume this is going to be brought up in these budgeting meetings, given the situation the county's in,
everything.
but I would make the motion to go ahead and pass this with your transfers right here today.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Now, any other discussion? Any other questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same
oh,
sign.
nay.
One opposed, and the motion passes.
thank you.
Yes, thank you. Human Resources, item 1, is the county attorney still asking that we move that to the next meeting?
I believe we are, Your Honor.
You're not ready to move forward with that still?
Not forward. Actually, there's some issues with this that we think need to be addressed before it's brought
And
to the
I
court for approval.
I think we have checked that it is okay for us to do it on the next agenda for the 23rd.
It was.
The deadline for this is not going to hurt you in your bills?
It delays implementation, Lisa. It delays implementation. It was due on July 31st. Sorry. And so every day that goes by, it puts us at risk of additional costs.
And this is on workday delays or on?
This is on a selection of a higher right vendor for background checks.
For
through,
workday,
For
though?
workday, yes.
For workday, yes.
Correct.
Is this going to cost the county, Lisa, if we don't move forward with this?
I know
This
that.
is not going to put us in one of those major binds where it costs so much because,
I know that additional
already-
delays risk further delaying the project and affecting your ability to go live
and the
with
county
all
attorney is still
functionality.
saying you're not comfortable with this contract as it is. What is your problem with the contract? Can you tell me?
Certainly, Your Honor. First of all, there's an arbitration clause in there, and we're not recommending that the county participate in arbitration as a means of dispute resolution. That's one thing. The other is there's a clause in there about interest on late payments. We don't like that either. Another is they are designating in this agreement that Delaware is the state or the law that would be applied. We think that's.
Definitely don't like that.
No, we don't like that at all. Correct. And the fourth thing is there are certain indemnity and liability issues that are built into this thing that we do not like the wording of.
It's good answers.
Yeah.
And I would respect those concerns. This is a standard contract from these type of vendors. The late penalties we're looking at, they're less than $300 at 1.5% annually. So I wouldn't want to delay a recommendation for that concern. I can understand that there is some concern with arbitration. That is a common practice with these type of vendors. I don't think the verbiage would change in any other contract that is presented before us. I want to ask the court to be mindful of that.
I think I'm going to have to go with our county attorney's advice, and I'll table this to move it to the 23rd, our meeting, and hopefully we can get all those ironed out, and that won't put you in too bad of a bind, but I would make the motion to table till the 23rd.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion is tabled to the 23rd. Moving on to information technology, item number 1. Thank you, Mr. Soleil, too. Discuss and consider authorizing the Chief Information Officer to submit a letter of termination to Televon for the Televon Management Services Agreement.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. On this, we've been using them for a while. Televon is a service that they kind of manage your telecom services to look for anything that you should not be paying for. If they find it, you owe them a third of that savings for 3 years. IT has taken over all the telecom management now.
Have you found anything? Just
No.
joking. Since you took it over, are you really looking?
They did. Sometimes it gets kind of hard to assess them, but IT is taking this over now. It was that the auditor's office and purchasing were handling most of this, paying it, and it wasn't.
You're willing to take this on, so I will make the motion to allow you to discontinue the telecom.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Item number 2, discuss and consider authorizing the Chief Information Officer to submit a letter of termination to Shred It for the customer service agreement. Again,
Yes, Shredded, of course, is our recycling company. They're the ones that have the bins throughout the departments that is picked up by them and taken to be shredded. This is a service that we used to do ourselves out of the records warehouse, and we would like to return to that and save the county between $30,000 and $40,000 a year. All we have to do is supply a few more bins. We have several. It's a standard pickup that they do, and that standard pickup still runs about $2,500 a month. Sometimes we do purges, and when that's done, their price skyrockets. And when there's a super purge, then just say it's kind of a budgeting nightmare because this price fluctuates. And we have the shredder down there that we need. We just add a few more bins at some locations, and we can handle this all ourselves.
I am in the same consideration. If you're willing to accept this responsibility and this job, and you are saying that you can handle it and you are willing to do this, then I would make the motion to accept this.
Second. Ma'am.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Barring, I guess, the information about the contract, whatever we have, and the ending dates of those.
Both of these have 30-day notices,
Yes.
and I've had the county attorney's
I should have
office
added that in on my last comment, too.
Yeah, it's
Jeff's
been-
giving me a look over here.
It's been reviewed.
Thank you.
And we also will be taking all the shredded material to Dolphin Recycling here locally, so we have a place to get rid of it at.
We
And they
have
do
a-
actually recycle. They don't incinerate.
Yes. Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And is there anything that we failed to cover, guys? Did I miss something need to go back to? I don't like it when I jump around, but it looks like everything is done. Do we have any adjournments in memory?
I do, Judge.
Yes, please, Commissioner.
I have 2 today, and I meant to do this at the last meeting, but did not have the obituary, and that's for the Honorable James Edward Klager. For those of you who had the honor of knowing Judge Klager, he was a great guy, and really had the opportunity to get to know him even better when I was a judge. He was a great help to me on many, many things, and he just was just a good guy, quite the character. And people always say sometimes why do you name stuff after people until while they're still alive? And my answer is because he got great joy, and his family got great joy that we named that central jury room after him while he was still with us. And I think that was a great thing that this court did. So he was a loving husband, father, and grandfather. He entered into eternal rest on July 18th, 2023. He was a beloved public servant who was known for his brilliant mind and his openness and quickness to mentor, help anyone who came to him with a problem. Judge Klager was born June 17, 1930 in Chanute, Kansas, to Edward Adam Klager and Mabel Marie Bradford Klager. They moved to Corpus Christi when Judge Klager was 4. During the Korean War, James served in the Navy as a corpsman attached to the U.S. Marines 3rd Marine Air Wing, where he was awarded 3 battle stars. After the war, James studied Russian and was transferred to the Military Sea Transport Service, providing medical care on the Bering Sea. On returning to civilian life, James served 2 terms in the Texas House of Representatives in 1962 and 64, where he helped draft modernized versions of many Texas laws and codes still in use today. He also drafted legislation for the local community to create the Padre Island National Seashore, the Fish Pass, say that 3 times real quick, and the Corpus Christi State School for the MHMR. He was also active in the Civitans and other service organizations. James Klager was diagnosed with terminal cancer in 1968, but he beat cancer by enrolling in an experimental drug trial and became the oldest surviving patient of modern chemotherapy at MD Anderson Cancer Center. James Klager went on to be the longest-serving judge in Nueces County, where he was known for his fairness and his gifted knowledge and love of the law and procedure. The central jury room of the Nueces County Courthouse was named in honor of him when he retired in 2014. He's survived by his wife of 58 years, Jean Lydia Hottie Klager, 2 sons, Adam Klager, wife Sarah, Bradford Klager, 6 grandchildren, Jasmine, Genevieve, Julia, Charles, Emma, and Shepard, sister-in-law Joyce Maxwell, nieces and nephews Greg Maxwell, Cheryl Gerke, and Stuart Maxwell. His wife and sons were at his side when he peacefully went to heaven on July 18th, 2023. Condolences to the Klager family. Quite the guy, quite the judge, and he's quite the loss to this community. Second one today, Judge, is Leona May Savoy, who passed away peacefully on August 4th, 2023, at the age of 87, after a long battle with dementia. She was born in Welder, Texas, to Emil and Mary Jerica on April 16th, 1936. She is joined now in heaven by her parents, her sibling, and her son, James Savoy. Beloved wife, grandmother, great-grandmother, sister, aunt, and friend to many is now at rest. Left to cherish her memories are her husband of 68 years, Eddie Savoy, daughter Nancy, husband Rick, Gogler's son Jack Savoy, grandchildren Pamela, Clint, and 2 great-granddaughters and 2 great-grandsons, along with a host of extended family whom she loved dearly. Condolences to the Savoy family on the loss. Thank you.
Are there any others? Our condolences to each of those families, and I will accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None opposed, and the motion carries. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned. Yes. Sorry, I always forget the time.